Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the latest mission from the Kennedy Space Center, as NASA and SpaceX are preparing to make a second attempt this weekend at launching the Crew 8 mission to the International Space Station. We are now T-minus 4 hours, 22 minutes, 13 seconds and counting, as you can see on the countdown clock here at the press lawn. Mo Robinson-Smith will be providing our commentary throughout our coverage as we are aiming towards a liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket that you see here at the center of your screen at 10:53 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 03:53 UTC. We're broadcasting, as we always do, from the Spaceflight Now News Bureau here at the Kennedy Space Center press site. Joined tonight by Stephen Young, who is running the technical aspects of our broadcast. Adam Bernstein out in the field, actually standing by, getting ready to capture some photos as the crew walks out tonight in preparation for their launch to the space station. Michael Caine also out in the field doing some launch photography as well. If you're not already following them, you can check out their launch photography for this and many other missions. They are both on X, formerly known as Twitter. You can find Adam Bernstein at ABurnNYC, Michael Caine at MD Caine Jr. I'm also on Twitter, if you care to give me a follow, at W_Robinson-Smith, and of course, the big one, Spaceflight Now, simply at Spaceflight Now. We'll also be joined this evening by our friends Pete Carsons with Max Cube Productions and Chuck Briggs, who will be helping to provide tracking coverage of the Falcon 9, assuming they are able to launch tonight. At the center of your screen is the pad there, Historic Launch Complex 39A. Falcon 9, shiny and new, getting ready to launch for the first time with a Dragon spacecraft named Endeavour that will be launching for a fifth time, becoming the flight leader for SpaceX's fleet. This will be, as the name of the Crew 8 mission suggests, the 8th crew rotation mission as part of NASA's Commercial Crew Program. This will also be the 9th time a Falcon 9 rocket and a Crew Dragon spacecraft will launch NASA astronauts. Overall for SpaceX, this will be the 13th time the company sends humans to orbit. Notably, Crew 8 will also put SpaceX up and over the big 50 mark as far as the number of humans it has taken to space. When Crew 8 launches, we'll be able to count 53 humans that have flown aboard Dragon. If you're counting back through all the missions, and you're just counting the number of butts and seats, you'll get to 54. But of course, on the AX-3 private astronaut mission that launched and landed earlier this year, Commander Michael Lopez Alegria made his second flight on Dragon. As they noted, he has now entered the Frequent Flyer Club for the Dragon community. First one to fly twice. Currently, the SpaceX Crew 8 folks are over in the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building here at the Kennedy Space Center. Since we did have a scrub last night, we also have the added benefit of having some photos from what it looks like as we are waiting for the NASA tech feeds to come online. As soon as those do become operational, we will bring them into our broadcast this evening. But this is a look at our crew. These are the 4 individuals who will be flying up to the International Space Station. From left to right, you're looking at Russian cosmonaut Alexander Grebenkin. Immediately to his left, our right in the frame, that is pilot of the Crew 8 mission, Michael Barratt, who will be making his 3rd flight to space. To his right, the commander of the mission is Matthew Dominick. And to his right, or to his left, our right, that is mission specialist Jeanette Epps, will also be making her first flight to space. We'll have lots more to talk about regarding these crew members and their road to this Crew 8 mission. Taking a look, as you can see with the photos behind them, this is the historic suit-up room where all of the astronauts for NASA missions have donned their flight suits prior to heading out to the pad. And you can see just beyond the knees of Michael Barratt and Matthew Dominick some of the mission patches for the folks that SpaceX has flown to space. You can see there the mission patch of the NASA and the crew designs, that is. You can see behind those cooling packs, the ones for the Crew 2 mission, Inspiration 4, which of course was a non-NASA mission, but flew aboard SpaceX's Dragon. You can see AX2, AX3, and I believe that it is there's Crew 6 with the blue sort of Viking ship vessel there. Part of what they do in the suit-up room here is they go through leak checks, which you can see in this image of Commander Matthew Dominick and pilot Michael Barratt as they pressurize the suits, which is why they are extended, or the one for Matthew is. This is just before they had pressurized Michael's suit. They perform these leak checks in this room as well as once they actually get on board the Dragon spacecraft to ensure in the unlikely event of an abort that if they need to pressurize the suits, that they can do so and that they'll be able to protect the astronauts for certain duration. Taking a look at the process for the other crew, a thumbs up from Jeanette Epps as they were also going through checkouts of both her and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Grebenkin's suits. Again, these pictures were from last night's scrubbed attempt of the Falcon 9 rocket. Still waiting as we're now T-minus 4 hours, 15 minutes, 48 seconds and counting from the planned launch of this mission. A teaser liftoff time, 10:53 p.m. Eastern, 03:53 UTC. If you'd like to help support our coverage of the space program, and especially this launch tonight, there's a quick and easy way you can do that just by hitting the like button on this video if you haven't already. Be sure to share this video as well. If you haven't already, I'd love it if you consider subscribing to Spaceflight Now. When you do so, be sure to click the bell icon and turn on all notifications so that way you get alerted when our live streams start and you don't miss any of the videos we post either. We're also powered by our wonderful channel members, so thanks to some of the folks who have joined us at the early end of our live coverage tonight. Looking at you, Mark Otto, Callistia Lee, Tony Molinix, Butterfly, Red Dawn, Swapman81, and a number of others who are popping in as well this evening. Good to see you all as we hopefully have a Crew 8 launch at the end of this proverbial rainbow to share with you tonight. Channel membership comes with a number of perks, including access to our member-only videos here on YouTube, as well as the ability to watch our launches from the Cape in stunning 4K, and discounts at our online shop, shop.spaceflightnow.com, where you can find embroidered mission patches up to and including that of the Crew 8 mission, the one designed by the astronauts. Last but not least, you can also use the YouTube Super Chat feature, as one of our channel members, Josh King, has already done. Coming in with a $10 Super Chat. Really appreciate that, Josh. And like Josh, use the YouTube Super Chat feature. You can also leave a message or a comment, or if you have a question for us that you'd like us to answer for you. It's a great way to do that. We'll also try to keep an eye out for messages from our channel members as well. Josh says, still a little upset that this mission did not go last night because yesterday was the 1-year anniversary since Crew 6 and 5 years since Demo 1. So hopefully it goes tonight. Go Crew 8. Yeah, a couple of big milestones, as Josh was just mentioning. 1-year anniversary since Crew 6 and 5 years since Demo 2. Also want to just note that as you see the helicopter cruising by the pad there, doing some checkouts before we start getting video of the crew there in the checkout room, that NASA's Kennedy Space Center as well as Cape Canaveral Space Force Station are part of the Merritt Island National Wildlife Refuge. And we don't often get the opportunity to bring you some prime examples of what that means, but tonight the wild pigs have come to play. and they have been having a ball digging up part of the press lawn beyond NASA and American flags here at the press site. Believe it or not, this is probably the smallest group of pigs that we've seen cruising around this evening. I think at one point there were, like about a dozen of them out there just going to town on that dirt, which I'm sure it'll be someone's job to probably fill that back in at some point down the road. Just one example of the partnership between man and nature here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center, Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, as much of both of these areas are largely undeveloped. There's a lot that, of course, is to support the launch infrastructure needed for these missions supporting NASA and commercial interests, as well as government interests, national defense. But as much as possible, all the entities involved work to preserve the natural environment for its first inhabitants, like these little critters here. Appreciate Stephen for making sure we got the camera pointed when the pigs came back. They were taking a break from digging. Now they're back to making quite a bit of headway. Speaking of headway, keeping our attention back on the launch tonight, we are standing by and waiting for the crew to start suiting up. I'm sure actually they're already in progress with that. We'll hopefully be able to start bringing you some images from inside the suit up room with the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building in the next several minutes. Weather, of course, is certainly going to be a watch item tonight, as it has been. Taking a look at one of our wider shots here at the press site, you can see the helicopter cruising back around. It'll continue doing some of its own checkouts throughout this evening as we get closer to the crew getting on board their Dragon spacecraft. But of course, weather was the item that scuttled last night's launch opportunity. It is also continuing to be a watch item tonight. Looking at the forecast from the 45th Weather Squadron coming into tonight's opportunity from their forecast produced yesterday for today, there's a 75% chance of favorable weather at liftoff. That is the good thing. It was only 40% yesterday. The primary concerns tonight are the following two rules: flight through precipitation and the Anvil cloud rule. Some of the other additional risk criteria that they're also watching concerns the upper level wind shear. That has remained unchanged from 2 days ago to yesterday's forecast for today. The bit that has deteriorated, unfortunately, though, is the ascent corridor weather. Back on March 1st, they pegged that for today's opportunity as being a low risk. Today, it is deemed, quote, moderate. So we'll have some more later on in the program about the importance of watching the ascent corridor and what that means. And more importantly, we'll have a live interview with one of the launch weather officers with the 45th Weather Squadron come and join us. That'll be a little bit later on in the program. Look for that live interview after the crew has ingressed into the Dragon spacecraft, and we're in that little bit of a holding pattern, that hour between when the hatch door is sealed and before the vehicle starts fueling. Weather Squadron does a final pre-fueling weather briefing just about an hour out before planned liftoff. And so in that preceding hour before that L-1 weather briefing is when we'll go ahead and have the conversation with Launch Weather Officer Arlena Moses. So look forward to that, as well as much more coverage throughout the next 4 hours, 7 minutes, and 46 seconds. We're now T-minus 4 hours, 7 minutes, 17 seconds. I mentioned the helicopter doing its rounds, and we're now getting some views of that helicopter as it circles the Falcon 9 rocket there at Launch Complex 39A. You see a shiny new Falcon 9 first stage booster, tail number 1083, making its first flight tonight. It will return for a land landing over at the Cape at Landing Zone 1. Second stage of the Falcon 9 vehicle is always new for every flight, but you can see it is adorned this time for a crew mission with both of NASA's current logos, the so-called meatball, the blue round symbol you see there just above the inner stage, and the red NASA worm that adorns the solid rocket boosters on the sides of the SLS vehicle. And up top is a SpaceX Crew Dragon named Endeavour, which will be making its 5th flight tonight. This being the 5th flight of the Endeavour spacecraft, it is quite a storied history, having first flown on the Demo 2 mission, sending Bob and Doug on their way to the International Space Station, kicking off the first time that SpaceX flew crew up to the ISS. That was followed by the Crew 2 mission, then the first flight for SpaceX flying a private astronaut mission, that was AX-1. And then 1 year ago yesterday was the launch of the Crew 6 mission, the last time that this Dragon flew. We're now T-minus 4 hours, 4 minutes, 7 seconds and counting. Seeing the, I guess what you could describe as the backside, as now we're taking a look just outside of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building, where the Crew 8 astronauts and cosmonaut are getting suited up right now. We're hearing from NASA. We'll be getting some views inside the suit-up room in now less than 4 minutes. So right about the T-minus 4 hour mark is when we'll get our views of the crew going through their leak checks and making sure that all is in correct working order with their intra-vehicle activity, or IVA, flight suits. Back out to this helicopter shot. You can see just on the far side, that is the Mobile Launcher 1 supporting the Space Launch System vehicle over at Launch Complex 39B. Lots of activity actually going on over there these days. They've been adding the emergency egress system, a slide wire basket similar to what you have here over at LC39A. At LC39B, though, the baskets are quite a bit bigger, and were actually built right here on Florida's Space Coast. In addition to watching this launch, we're also keeping our eyes in South Texas, taking a look at Starbase, courtesy of our friends over at Lab Padre. Appreciate the fellows down there for all the hard work they do in keeping us in the loop of what's happening with the Starship program here in South Texas. The reason you're seeing quite a bit of venting is SpaceX is preparing for a wet dress rehearsal, a WDR, which is just a fancy name for a tanking test ahead of the third planned flight of the fully integrated Starship vehicle. Very important launch for both SpaceX and NASA, of course, as Starship will eventually be used as the human landing system vehicle that will bring humans down to the surface of the moon through the Artemis 3 and Artemis 4 missions. We're now getting our first views inside the suit-up room this evening. They'll be getting seated in these Dragon seats that you see there at the top and bottom of your screen. This is Matt Dominick, who's the commander of the Crew 8 mission. Getting his zippers zipped before they go through the pressure checks. So what you're seeing here, that orange zipper is actually, according to NASA astronaut Rajachari, the pressure zipper of that inner garment, and then they also have an outer garment seal as well. To your left here, you're seeing Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Grebenkin, and just beyond the SpaceX support team member number 12, that is Jeanette Epps. Both of these are the two mission specialists who will be flying on board the Dragon tonight. Beneath them, as you saw in the photos from last night's launch attempt, you could see the crew mission patches.
This is the LD on Countdown 1 with a T-minus 4-hour situational awareness briefing. We are currently counting down to a T0 of 03:53:38 UTC, 22:53:38 local, with an instantaneous window. The crew has started suit donning and lead checks in preparation to begin ingress activities, and the advanced team is currently on the way to the pad. Vehicle gases are at me up, FTS checkouts are complete, and Dragon prop tanks are pressed. Weather overall looks much better than yesterday, with launch weather at a 25% probability of violation for flight through precip and anvil clouds. Current trends over the last hour appear to be more favorable. Ascent risk winds are much better than yesterday, but we'll continue to monitor precipitation in the staging area up until L-1 hour. In the event of scrub, the next available launch attempt will be tomorrow, March 4th. Procedure 52.911 is open in the event of a crew contingency from ingress through launch. As a reminder, the launch escape system will be armed prior to propellant load today. Hangar access will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and will last until the spacecraft separation or after the launch escape system is disarmed. All personnel are requested to stay in their locations until lockdown is complete. And CE, do you have a report on Falcon 9 health?
Falcon 9 is healthy and tracking no issues at this time, ready to proceed.
And ND.
Dragon team is looking good over here. Dragon is healthy and ready to proceed.
All right, copy all, and this will conclude the T-minus 4-hour brief, unless there's any further questions.
And a good briefing from the SpaceX launch director describing sort of where we are at now T-minus 3 hours, 58 minutes, and 35 seconds out. As you heard, they are working no issues on either the Falcon 9 vehicle or the Dragon spacecraft. They're going through the beginnings of the pressure checks, leak checks here. As you see, the helmets of all 4 crewmates have now closed. And so they each have individual teams that will go through these leak checks. In a couple seconds, when you see the suits pressurized, if you weren't here with us at this point in our live coverage last night, they will basically inflate and you'll see the helmet extend a little bit. So it'll look a little funky, but if they needed the suits to pressurize in a microgravity environment, it would be much more user-friendly than what we'll see here in a 1G environment. Again, you're looking at the mission commander, Matthew Dominick, a member of the 2017 astronaut class. Thumbs up as He's given the go-ahead to start the leak check for his IVA suit. You're seeing several members of the astronaut corps also in here, standing by to support their fellow astronauts as this process unfolds. We're now T-minus 3 hours, 55 minutes, 20 seconds and counting. The leak check for Matt Dominick has been completed, as you can see, with his helmet being raised. Getting underway for Michael Barratt now. Dr. Michael Barratt is going to be making his third trip to space here on this mission, having previously served as a flight engineer on the Expedition 19/20 mission to the space station. Took a Soyuz up to the International Space Station on that flight. He later flew aboard one of the final space shuttle missions and the last flight of shuttle orbiter Discovery back in 2011. That was STS-133. To date, he's logged 212 days in space. By the end of this mission, he will have clocked more than a year on orbit in total. He's a member of the 2000 class of astronauts. He also literally wrote the book on space medicine. It's a textbook that he actually helped author and edit back in 2008. There was a later edition that was updated in 2019. Part of the work that we do here at Spaceflight Now, of course, and part of what the super chats and channel membership go towards is being able to do good on the ground reporting and be able to get up close with the people helping make spaceflight happen. So earlier this year, we had an opportunity to travel out to NASA's Johnson Space Center and speak directly with the 4 members of the Crew 8 mission that you see here on your screen today. In our conversation, which you'll hear some more of as we get later into our broadcast, Michael Barratt was describing that, you know, he got about 80% of what he predicted and what he wrote about in his textbook correct when he wrote it in 2008. He launched to space just a few months after that was published, and so of course there were going to be some additions and editing that would happen once he had firsthand knowledge of how your body changes in a long-duration space flight. His first flight was just shy of 200 days. So we learned a lot through that process, and of course, they'll spend about 6 months on orbit once Crew 8 docks with the International Space Station, and there will be lots of learning to come. So the crew, his fellow Crew 8 members, are certainly medically in good hands, as The two here you see on your screen, Alexander Grebenkin and Jeanette Epps, as well as Commander Matthew Dominick, preparing to make their very first flight to space, traveling with someone who is very experienced. And I will note for the accomplishments of Dr. Barratt, he earned his bachelor's in zoology from the University of Washington in Seattle. He earned a doctorate of medicine from actually my alma mater, Northwestern University in Chicago, Illinois. So while I was remiss and did not bring that up when I had the opportunity to talk with Dr. Barratt directly, I will say briefly and succinctly, go Cats. Good to see another Wildcat heading up to space. Alexander Grebenkin here graduated from Irkutsk High Military Aviation School in Russia, where he majored in engineering and worked on repair of aircraft radio systems. He also attended the Moscow Technical University of Communications and Informatics, got a degree in radio communications, broadcasting, and television. He began his journey as a cosmonaut in 2018 and was certified as a test cosmonaut in 2021, now preparing, as mentioned, for his first flight to space. You can see with all the helmets up, all of the suit leak checks have been completed now. Things so far proceeding on track for launch of the Crew 8 mission, coming up at T-minus 3 hours, 50 minutes, 26 seconds and counting. Taking a quick look back at the live chat, want to thank one of our wonderful channel members, Mark Otto, for gifting 10 Spaceflight Now memberships. Really appreciate that, Mark. Thank you so much for your generosity. And to those who are now new Spaceflight Now channel members, first of all, welcome aboard. Glad to have you with us. And as channel members, you have the ability to watch this launch and all of our others from the Cape in 4K, as well as our member-only videos and access discounts at our online shop, shop.spaceflightnow.com, where you can find things like embroidered mission patches, like that of Crew 8, which you can see the design of in that pillar in the middle of the wall with the dragon snaked in sort of an infinity fashion. And as they describe the patch, it is bowing in respect to the International Space Station just at the tip of its nose. This woman you see here on the center of the screen is Denise Burnham. She's a member of the 2021 NASA astronaut class, which is actually preparing to hold a graduation ceremony this week on Tuesday, I believe. Among these so-called ninjas that are donning the black suits that'll be helping the crew throughout the whole process here as they make their way out to the pad and get into the Dragon spacecraft. She'll be the lone member of the astronaut corps who will be along for this process through Ingress. Of course, not making her trip to space just yet. But once she graduates and becomes a full member of the astronaut corps, she'll, of course, start preparing for her own mission a little bit further down the road. Jeanette Epps, the astronaut you see here in the foreground, just beneath the Crew 8 logo, mission patch, is making her first trip to space. She is among the more experienced, though, of the astronaut corps who has not gone to orbit. She's previously trained to fly aboard a Soyuz spacecraft as a member of the Expedition 56-57 mission. However, coming into the close of 2017 and around the launch of the Expedition 54-55 mission in early 2018, that was when NASA decided to pull her from her Soyuz flight, not provide a full explanation for why, simply stating that it was a, quote, personnel matter and left it at that. She was then next assigned to fly aboard the first full crew rotation mission, a Boeing Starliner spacecraft. However, after years of delays with that, we're still waiting for the crew flight test mission, which is set to happen at the end of April at the earliest now. But they wanted Jeanette Epps to get spaceflight experience before then, so they assigned her now as one of the mission specialists on board the Crew 8 mission, now preparing to fly to space for the first time. While I was at Johnson Space Center, I asked her and the rest of the crew, what's a personal memento that you're looking forward to bringing up to space with you? And Jeanette said a picture of her mom, a towering figure in her life. It was about 5 days after Jeanette was selected to the 2009 astronaut class that her mom passed away. Supportive of her and all her endeavors, including her work at the Ford Automotive Company, where she got a patent for crash avoidance. Then went on to be a technical officer within the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency here in the United States. She was with that agency for more than 7 years before joining the NASA Astronaut Corps. And she mentioned to me that she just wants her mom to be proud of her as she's looking down on her at this moment. And I'm sure she is. We're now T-minus 3 hours, 45 minutes, 29 seconds and counting to the launch of Jeanette, Matt, and Alexander's first launch, the third for Michael Barratt. We're now T-minus 3 hours, 44 minutes, 17 seconds and counting. You may be able to tell just by the body language of Matt Dominick there, the commander of the Crew 8 mission, but if you ever have the opportunity to speak with him, he is a cut-up. And as his fellow classmates, members of the 2017 astronaut class, will undoubtedly agree, he is definitely among the funnier members of that astronaut class. Also a self-professed coffee nerd, as he mentioned in my discussion with him. You can see some signs of that if you look him up on social media. He's, like most of the astronaut corps, on X, formerly known as Twitter. But he mentioned that he likes to experiment with different coffees and has a very elaborate setup at home, but given the fact that they don't have a microwave and they're not able to cook or heat things on the International Space Station and are very limited in what the meals and beverages look like, said that he's experimented and been testing out a variety of instant coffees that he's going to be bringing on board the station. And he says through the help of a fellow turtle classmate, he did land on one, although because NASA astronauts are government employees, they are prohibited from promoting specific brands and companies. So he did not tell me what the instant coffee was that he landed on, but did say they've got a good bit of it that's already on station for him. And he's looking forward to the on-orbit version of a nice cup of joe. Taking a look back at the live chat now as we're T-minus 3 hours, 42 minutes, 2 seconds and counting. See Connie McCowan, who's been a channel member for 1 month, who says, thank you for gifting me a membership. So thanks to whomever Connie was the beneficiary of some generosity to 1 month ago. We certainly hope you stick around with us, Connie. Really appreciate your continued support. So at this point, like the photo that we showed you earlier in our broadcast, they are getting lined up, getting ready to take some photos before they go ahead and play their card game to hopefully get the bad luck out of the way. Also, as they shuffle on over to get ready for the card game, you can see the deck from Shannon Walker being pulled out, who's the deputy head of the astronaut office. I believe Joe Acaba is still the astronaut chief right now. So we couldn't see the cards as well yesterday. So we'll see if we can go ahead and get a better vantage point on the card game here. The name of the game is decided by, whoever plays. I believe the commander needs to get a higher card than the chief of the astronaut office. And it looks like with an ace, I guess they're counting ace as low in this version of the game. So we are now into round 2. Looks like Michael Barratt got the high card there. I think that was the 9 of clubs. Didn't really get a good look at that one here. It appears they are moving well in the timeline, that they have quite a bit of time to go through this card game here, and we're going into round 4. So I think to not run out of the deck here, they're just going to play between Shannon and Matt. It looked like we could just briefly see the chef who cooks up these final Earthbound meals in the background off of Matt's shoulder there for just a moment. By the looks of it, Matt finally won the game. So now we can proceed on. And by won, I mean that he lost. Because you have to lose to get the bad luck out, and now they can proceed. It's a nice bit of levity before really get into the seriousness of the mission here. And you can see just behind Matt's head the framed picture of the Crew 8 patch. To the left and the right of that, you can also see stickers from previous missions with signatures around them from the crews that flew. Looks like even numbers are on the left, odd are on the right, so you can see, well, I say that. Yeah, that's Crew 2 up top, then Crew 4, Crew 6, and then Crew 8 at the bottom there, being blocked by the woman in the green top. And this is a view from the outside where the crew will walk out in the next several minutes. Our Adam Bernstein standing by, getting ready to snap some pictures of the crew walkout. And as noted by the commentators, they've been suiting up and walking through these doors since Apollo 7. So lots of legacy in the stickers here adorning the frame of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. Lots of history. Looking to add some more of it tonight. You can see the press here in the foreground. Just trying to see if we can spot Adam here. I'm not seeing him in the shot, but we know he's on the ground. We can see just beyond the press where the striped yellow lines were, there are some other members of the astronaut corps who have also been in quarantine with this crew so that they can be with their families and their family members can have some access to their loved ones before they begin a 6-month rotation on orbit. You can see Jessica Watkins there on the far right-hand side of the frame here. We're hearing is with Matt Dominick's family. Steve Bowen is with Michael Barratt's family. Steve Bowen, of course, also flew as a member of the Crew 6 mission. Jessica Watkins was a member of Crew 4. You can see one of Matt Dominick's daughters tossing up a stuffed animal. I believe that's the giraffe we saw yesterday. In this shot, you can see the leadership of NASA with his back to us. You can see Administrator Bill Nelson facing us with the blue tie. That is Jim Free, who's the Associate Administrator, and Pam Melroy just to the right with the blue top and the black skirt, who is the Deputy Administrator. And these are the black Teslas that they'll be riding out to the pad with. You can see another shot here of Jessica Watkins and Steve Bowen with the astronaut corps, who are the family ambassadors for Commander Matt Dominick and pilot Michael Barratt. And we may see a shot of the vanity plates in a second here, but we did hear that they change them up each time and will hide the number of the crew somewhere on the plate. So the ones they're using tonight say, "Yay, space." With the A in space, I believe, is where they put the 8, if memory serves. Now T-minus 3 hours, 32 minutes. 50 seconds and counting. As we await for the crew to leave the building, taking a quick peek at the live chat, I want to thank one of our wonderful channel members, Callistia Lee, for gifting 10 Spaceflight Now memberships. Thanks so much, Callistia. If you were one of the lucky recipients, be sure to thank her in the live chat if you haven't already. And our thanks to another great channel member, Josh King, with a $5 super chat. Oh, yep, here we go. There's the the vanity plate that I was just mentioning. Who's asking which Dragon capsule flew on the Demo 1 mission? Just looking through my notes here to find that answer for you. So that was Dragon number C204, or the fourth Dragon, the fourth second generation Dragon spacecraft. It flew just the Demo 2 mission, or excuse me, just the Demo 1 mission. And then it was unintentionally destroyed during some ground testing. A very robust game of patty cake between Jessica Watkins and one of the daughters of Matt Dominick as they are eagerly awaiting to see her dad come out in just a few minutes. We're now T-minus 3 hours, 29 minutes, 50 seconds and counting. We expect the crew to walk out in about 6 minutes or a little bit less. We'll likely see some shots down the hallway once again. There's that hallway shot that I just mentioned. T-minus 3 hours, 28 minutes, 38 seconds. Getting a helicopter shot of the Teslas before they get ready to head out. With, of course, the support vehicles, both a leading vehicle and a few that are trailing behind them. Somewhere on the left of those yellow striped lines is our Adam Bernstein getting ready to snap some pictures once the crew does walk out of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building there. So we'll get to trajectory in just a little bit tonight, but just as a preview tease, since this will be launching catching up to the International Space Station. It will launch northeast. Oh, there you can see Adam walking towards the camera. He's in the blue shirt there right now at the almost dead center at the bottom of the frame. Adam, if you can hear us, do a 180 and give us a wave. He might not have the volume up on the live stream. Of course, Adam, a stalwart professional. Not going to get distracted, making sure he gets the shot. This is a key time to get some great, really personal photos of the crew as they say their final goodbyes in person to their family before they get prepared to spend 6 months on orbit. Sometimes a little bit longer, of course, as we do have weather delays, as is the case with the Crew 7 astronauts, who are some of them chomping at the bit, like Andy Mogensen, who posted that he is sounding very ready to undock and come home. Before that happens, though, there is a brief, roughly 5-day handover between the folks from Crew 7 to Crew 8 as they help them get acclimated before Crew 7 boards their Dragon, undocks, and prepares to head back home. They'll splash down off the coast of Florida. You can see the astronauts walking down the hallway. Smiles and waves from Alexander Grebenkin, eagerly awaiting to fly his first mission to space. The walkout here is farther than, of course, we got yesterday. It was before they walked out those doors where they called the scrubs, so we are already on a better path as far as the procedure toward launch. We'll see if the weather improves to the point at which they're comfortable along both the launch weather as well as along the ascent corridor to support the Crew 8 mission tonight. If for whatever reason SpaceX and NASA decide they need to pause and pivot to tomorrow, the backup opportunity on Monday, March 4th is at 10:31 p.m. 0331 UTC. Again, there will be an L-1 hour weather briefing that'll happen before they go ahead and start fueling the Falcon 9 rocket. NASA SpaceX holding to the timeline tonight, so we're expecting the walkout at about T-minus 3 hours and 20 minutes, give or take. Even if they are a little bit ahead of schedule, or they could be, they like to stick to this very rigid schedule to make sure everything after it flows correctly and they don't have to rush to catch up at the end if things maybe happen slightly off time along the way. Of course, plenty of margin is built into schedules like this. We're now about 2 minutes out from when we expect the 4 members of the Crew 8 mission to walk out those doors, greet their families in person one last time before hopping in their Teslas and taking off on the about 3-mile journey to the pad, a little bit longer than that actually. T-minus 3 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. I was just looking up on the maps exactly how far it is away from here to O&C. It's about 8.5 miles from the press site down there. About a 17-minute drive if you're going the speed limit. And then about another 3 miles out to the pad itself once they pass us here. And there you see the crew walk out. Let's go ahead and listen in. Some happiness there from Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Grebenkin. You see pilot Michael Barratt speaking with his family. They're all pre-assigned distances away from the folks beyond the yellow lines. Those closest to them have been in quarantine throughout this process, that they can be as close as possible to say goodbye. And SpaceX handler number 34 basically playing the playoff music that I'm sure some folks are hearing at the Oscars tonight as they're being told to wrap it up and move along as we've got more things to do this evening. I'm sorry, jumped the gun. The Oscars are a week from tonight, not tonight. You can see the gull wing doors now closing. I believe that was Jeanette Epps on the right-hand side of this Tesla. Looking forward to seeing the photos that Adam's able to capture here tonight. Let's listen to their final goodbye. And a final salute from the daughters of Mission Commander Matt Dominick, saying goodbye to his kiddos there. Jessica Watkins, the astronaut assigned to his family, ushers them away from their dad, wishing them well before they head off into space for the next 6 months. See the lead Tesla beginning to go, and there we are. Tesla's vehicles 1 and 2 now on the road, leaving the O&C building. This is a roughly 20-minute drive out to the pad. We'll see some aerial shots as well as the procession gets underway. The O&C building also situated close to the space station checkout building. There's a facility just next door where they actually do a lot of cool science and operations, where they work on some experiments that are going to be used on board the space station, as well as some future CLIPS missions. A couple years ago, I did a story with the team behind, it's called the Prime 1 instrument, which will be mounted to the, I believe, the Intuitive Machines' second Nova C lander. That'll be used to drill into the moon's surface and look for signs of water ice at the moon's south pole. That mission set to launch in Q4 of this year, following Odie's flight to the moon. Seeing some in-camera or in-vehicle views of the procession. It's, of course, from the leading Tesla, not one with the astronauts actually inside. T-minus 3 hours, 13 minutes, 26 seconds and counting to the planned launch of the Crew 8 mission. As the astronauts continue their cruise up to State Road 3 and then start making their way down towards the press site here. I want to thank the more than, or I guess nearly 30 or 4,000 folks of you that are joining us for our live launch coverage this evening. Really appreciate you being with us. If you haven't already, be sure to give us a like here on the video so that more folks can find this live coverage as we continue to proceed towards this first crew rotation mission launch of 2024. Already the second crew launch for SpaceX this year, as they sent 4 astronauts, 4 Europeans, up to the International Space Station just earlier this year on the AX-3 mission, chartered by Axiom Space, based in Houston. Great aerial shot of the astronauts and their Teslas making their way up State Road 3, heading toward us here at the press site. Hopefully be able to catch a glimpse of them driving by, either with our cameras or with NASA's. Of course, bring that to you as we continue to watch this procession take place. as we see the astronauts heading around the bend. This view from atop the vehicle assembly building, the VAB here, kicking over to the helicopter view now. I want to take a look at our live stream here. Thank a few folks for their support as we continue on with our live coverage. Thanks to channel member Nelson Reyes for a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Nelson. Good to see you tonight. Nelson says, stellar, but coverage to myself and the crew. Thanks. Thank you so much, Nelson. Appreciate a good pun. Our thanks to Jeremy Ladd as well for a $10 super chat, who says, prepping my camera, heading to his roof there in Cocoa. Moving back to the home of the Blue Angels. Oh, okay, so heading up to Pensacola. He says, thank you, Will, for all the calls on all the launches. Adam, thank you for the amazing picks. And while we're sad to see you go, Jeremy, we'll certainly be here for you, bringing you live launch coverage from wherever you are, and all of our friends here in the Spaceflight Now community. Seeing here from the ground view on board one of the Teslas, the VAB coming into view there on the right-hand side of your screen. Some of those smaller buildings that you're seeing ahead of us here in this vantage point, it's a little hard to make out in this camera shot here, but just before you see the vehicle turn right now, almost on the left-hand side, one of those buildings is where they process and do checkouts of the experimental military space plane, the X-37B, which launched last year on a TBD number of day mission. As we see, they've made the turn here now. We're expecting to see the crew come by the press site in the next few minutes. We're standing by for that. We can see some of the lead vehicles passing by our office here at the press site. The core stage of the VA or of the Artemis II SLS expected to arrive over the summer. And we're seeing the astronauts head by here, passing by. There's the LCC immediately behind them, the Launch Control Center, where SpaceX used to man their crew operations before moving to Hangar X. It's also where, of course, the launch control room is for all the Artemis missions that launch from Pad 39B using the Space Launch System rocket. Things continue to move well with the convoy here as they're making their way out to historic Launch Complex 39A aboard their Teslas. Of course, staying on schedule is always much easier when you've got a path with zero obstructing traffic. We should all be so lucky. And some final waves from folks on the very edge of the press line here, as they now make the final roughly 2.5 miles journey left between them and the pad at LC-39A. Once the crew gets on board station, they will spend about 180 days or 6 months on orbit. While there, they will conduct roughly 200 experiments. closing in on the final 3 hours before the planned launch. Saw a brief glimpse of the pad there. The crew is making their way to their Falcon 9 rocket very soon. Of course, you can see some KSC security vehicles there at an outpost, making sure that folks know that the road is closed to everyone except the vehicles directly related to this launch tonight. T-minus 3 hours, 3 minutes, 39 seconds and counting. The crew 8 astronauts and cosmonaut Alexander Grebenkin have now crossed inside the pad outer limits here as the Falcon 9 rocket that'll take them up to the orbiting outpost comes into view. Up top is the Crew Dragon Endeavour, cruising up the ramp here where they will park and hop out of their Teslas, get a view of that Falcon 9 set to launch them in just a little over 3 hours. This will be the 8th crew rotation mission for NASA and SpaceX as part of the Commercial Crew Program. The 9th time that a Dragon spacecraft will launch NASA astronauts, and this will be the 13th human flight for SpaceX with this Crew 8 mission. A little bit of a shaky shot here as the Teslas are arriving. This is coming to us from the VAB roof, so however much wind is here on the ground, it is obviously much breezier up top where they are. This is a good sense of scale of the Falcon 9 rocket. Stands about 70 meters tall. We'll have some more specifically about the Falcon 9 as we continue to step through the countdown, which is briefly, as I mentioned, the vehicle is about 70 meters or 229 feet tall, about 3.66 meters or 12 feet in diameter. And as the crew is getting out of the vehicle, I want to pop back to the wide shot for just a second. Just to note, you can see how shiny and new the Falcon 9 first stage booster is. That's because it is flying for the first time tail number 1083 in the SpaceX fleet. While this shot is not punched in, just above the Falcon 9 symbol and just beneath the hypersonic grid fins there, you can actually spot the number of the vehicle booster. Much easier to read, of course, when it's a first flight and not covered in soot and a little bit of history. crew and their support teams are getting out of their Teslas now, and they'll go ahead and make their approach to the Falcon 9 rocket in just a few moments here. We're now T-minus 2 hours, 59 minutes, 36 seconds and counting, as we are now less than 3 hours away from the planned launch of the Crew 8 mission. Do a bit of a soft re-rack if you are just now joining us. You are watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the Crew 8 mission, the 8th crew rotation mission to the International Space Station as part of NASA's Commercial Crew Program. I'm Will Robinson-Smith, reporter for Spaceflight Now, performing the commentary duties for our live coverage here as we get ready to see the Crew 8 mission launch in just under 3 hours. Spaceflight Now editor Stephen Young is running the technical operations of the show. Our photographers Adam Bernstein, Michael Kane, getting ready to do some still photography, though Adam Bernstein been hard at work with the crew walkouts that he was there with other members of the media snapping some pictures. Looking forward to sharing those with you as soon as possible in our broadcast. Adam will also be helping our tracking team to get video of the rocket as it launches here from pad 39A. We also have tracking help from our friends Pete Karstens with Max Q Productions and Chuck Briggs as well this evening. For a crew launch, we got the full crew from Spaceflight Now out here for you. Falcon 9's second stage that you're looking at here, of course, is new on every mission. This one in particular adorned with NASA's two logos, the red worm, which is up top, and the meatball down below. And up top is the SpaceX Crew Dragon Endeavour, the spacecraft that the 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut will ride up to the International Space Station, preparing to make its 5th flight, and it will become the flight leader out of all the Dragons in SpaceX's fleet that are still in operation. This particular Dragon flew first on the Demo 2 mission, sending NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley up to the International Space Station before their retirement. This was the first crewed mission that SpaceX flew back in 2020. It was followed by the Crew 2 mission, the second crew rotation flight on the Commercial Crew Program. That was followed by the AX-1 mission. We're now seeing the Dragon up close there with the hatch open, getting ready to receive the crew when they are ready to ingress or enter the vehicle. This white room kept especially pristine. You can see the sticky mats that are there to catch any FOD or foreign object debris that may attach to the crew's shoes as they're walking up to the Dragon, or to the rocket, which you can see the first 2 of them walking out now. They go in pairs of 2s. This will be Matthew Dominick, the commander, and pilot Michael Barratt walking up to the rocket first. They'll take a look up there and then head into the elevator and make their ascent to head up to the crew access arm at the top of this 270-foot tall rocket. 229-foot tall rocket, 70 meters. Matt and Mike going to do the lean back to get a good look at their flight vehicle. Great chance for them to see their ride to space standing a staggering 70 meters tall. And you can see them at the bottom of the screen on the right-hand side, just how small they are in comparison to their ride to space as they're walking to the elevator. Just a great vantage point for us here. Here's a shot of the elevator doors that they will walk out of in just a moment here. As they walk out, they'll walk around the hallway. I believe at the end of the hallway is where they have the phone where they're able to make one last call to their family members before walking up the stairs, or actually the phone may be up the stairs from this vantage point. So the arrows that you're seeing here that they're walking past shaking hands of SpaceX support crew, that is the egress path if they need to leave before the Dragon escape system is armed. That will lead to the slide wire baskets that are just out of frame here on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side of your screen, those are atop the crew tower. Saw them start to make their phone calls as Jeanette Epps and Alexander Grebenkin are making their way toward the elevator now. Sort of harkens back to elevators of old where you have someone operate it for you. You don't even have to push the buttons. You just walk inside and cruise on up to the level that is marked space from the level where they begin with the button that says Earth. This is the phone call that they make to family members before they go ahead and walk across the crew access arm and toward the Dragon spacecraft. And there you see Jeanette Epps and Alexander Grebenkin exiting the elevator here, going to make their way up the stairs, supported by their SpaceX Ninja flight crew. Fun fact about the Dragon that they'll be riding to space, Crew Dragon Endeavour, as we previously mentioned, will be making its 5th flight. So far, it has spent 466 days on orbit to date. Now, T-minus 2 hours, 51 minutes, 11 seconds, and counting. Appreciate the more than 4,600 of you that are watching live. If you haven't already, be sure to hit the like button so the more folks can find this live coverage. As we're watching Matt Dominick, Michael Barratt, the commander and pilot of the Crew 8 mission, making their way down the crew access arm, getting ready to enter into the Dragon spacecraft. But before they do, a very important piece here, which it looks like they'll be signing their names next to the NASA meatball. One final tradition before they head into the Crew Dragon Endeavour. You can see the 2 signatures from the Demo 2 astronauts, Bob Bacon, Doug Hurley, just above the red swoop on the NASA meatball. This is a tradition that has started with those two signing their names around the NASA insignia before they hop into their Dragon spacecraft. Just to the right, out of frame, you could see the SpaceX logo that was signed by the private astronauts who flew aboard the AX-1, 2, and 3 missions, as well as the Inspiration 4 astronauts, commanded by billionaire and businessman Jared Isaacman, who has chartered 2 Dragon spacecrafts himself, as well as a Starship flight as part of the Polaris program, the first of which set to launch potentially as early as this summer now. That mission will be quite distinct in that it will see the first EVA from a Dragon spacecraft, the first non-governmental spacewalk in history. As we're hearing from NASA astronaut Crew 3 Commander Rajat Chari, the astronauts have an option to either ingress in the vehicle with their hands outside of their flight suit gloves or put them back inside. And as we saw with Matt Dominick, as we're seeing with Michael Barratt, they have opted to re-glove their hands before they go ahead and enter the Crew Dragon Endeavour. Here's a great view from outside the vehicle. As you see on the left-hand side, NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps, Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Grebenkin, who are finishing up their phone call on the left-hand side. And before they make their way down the crew access arm, the video you're seeing in the box here is actually courtesy of our friend Pete Carsons with Max Q Productions. You're seeing in the small box on the right-hand side, that was Commander Matt Dominick entering the Dragon. And now we're seeing Jeanette and Alexander make their way down the crew access arm. These are the two mission specialists, smiles and waves and thumbs up as they're getting ready to fly to space for the first time. And like their other crewmates, they're going to be signing next to their crewmates' names. You can see the commander and pilot getting in position here. Being this is the 9th time NASA astronauts have flown aboard Dragon, the signatures surrounding the NASA meatball are filling in quite nicely. I think that was the last little bit of open space that was there. So we'll see where Crew 9 decides to sign if they start to make a second loop back, starting where Demo 2 began. That mission set to launch no earlier than August of this year. Crew 9 astronauts were actually announced last month, I believe, and they'll be led by another member of the Turtle class of 2017. The Crew 9 mission will be led by NASA astronaut Zena Cardman. Pilot Nick Hague will be making another trip to space. I believe this will be his third flight as well. Yes. They'll be joined by mission specialists Stephanie Wilson and Alexander Grebenkin. See Alexander Grebenkin making his way into his seat. So the crew moving a little bit faster than the planned schedule is set for. Crew ingress originally set to come around 2 hours and 35 minutes out. You can see they're already getting buckled up at T minus 2 hours, 43 minutes, and 13 seconds. We're expecting hatch closure for not some time. That'll come about just a little bit under 2 hours before planned liftoff is when we're expecting that.
Dragon CDR.
Dragon SpaceX, loud and clear from Hawthorne. How you doing?
We're almost dropped in. We'll get you a real-time check here in a minute.
Copy.
That call out was essentially the precursor to the real Dragon comm check with the crew.
At SpaceX, PLT for ground check.
Pilot, loud and clear. How me?
Lima Charlie 2, good to be with you guys tonight.
You as well, Mike.
We're hearing from NASA that the weather outlook is trending better, now 85% favorable for liftoff, and weather also appearing to be a bit better along the ascent corridor as well too. So certainly that is the direction that we'd like to hear things going, increasing the odds that we'll actually see Crew 8 launch in just about 2 hours and 40 minutes. with the crew now strapped in their seats before they do the comm checks. If you're just joining us, got now close to 5,000 of you watching live. If you haven't already, be sure to hit the like button, allow more folks to find our live coverage as we continue on. Taking a look at the crew as they are currently seated from left to right. There's mission specialist Alexander Grebenkin, Russian cosmonaut. To his left, our right, pilot Michael Barratt. Down the line, mission commander Matthew Dominick. And on the far right, mission specialist Jeanette Epps. You can see just over Michael Barratt's right shoulder, those are the mission patches of the 4 previous Dragon flights of this particular crew.
Dragon, ready for comm checks, 1.4.
Copy, let's do it. Let's go left to right across the vehicle. MS1, Commander, Pilot, MS2, comm check.
MS1, comm check.
Jeanette, loud and clear.
Loud and clear as well.
Comm check.
Matt, loud and clear.
Keep saying.
D, comm check.
Mike, 5x5.
The same.
Full comm check.
And Alexander, loud and clear. Thanks all. Good evening, Crew 8.
Same.
That's the umbilical comm check. And next up is seat rotation. Report when ready for that.
Ready for rotation.
Copy, standby 1.
And we heard a good comm check across the board for the crew and their Dragon Endeavour spacecraft. Taking a look at our live chat here, want to thank a few folks for their support since last I mentioned. Thanks to Callistia Lee for a very generous $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Callistia. Who says, and I'll echo, hit the thumbs up button to support this live stream and push to the top here on YouTube. It's free and easy to do so. Yes, indeed. Certainly appreciate folks that have hit the like button already, and if you haven't,
Dragon SpaceX initiating seat rotation.
we'd love it if you could do that. And we see the seats beginning to rotate here inside the Dragon spacecraft, getting them into the correct position that they will be at for life or for flight. So with this seat rotation, they will essentially be on their backs as the Falcon 9 roars to life and sends the Dragon spacecraft on its way.
Dragon SpaceX, we see 4 seats in the launch position.
Thank you, guys.
And with that, you go for section 2, suit leak check prep.
Stephanie.
So similar to what they did at the O&C building, they will perform another suit leak check now that they are connected to their umbilicals here on the Dragon spacecraft, which will provide them air and cooling. That's why you see their helmets lowered as they're getting ready to perform those leak checks. So we're preparing for this process. Want to thank a few more folks. Monster Zero with a $5 super chat who says, thank you for the great coverage. Well, thank you so much, Monster. Really appreciate your support of what we do here at Spaceflight Now. Arizona Train Granny with a very generous $20 super chat. Thank you so much for that. who says Spaceflight Now deserves a bit
Dragon
of...
tear complete. Ready for leak checks.
Copy, we see it. Your go for Section 3.
There you go for 3.
She says, Spaceflight Now deserves a bit of my dough. Love the coverage always. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Trinity, aka Mama T, one of our wonderful channel members with a $10 super chat. A little bit of support there. Really appreciate that. Marcus Gallegos gifting 5 Spaceflight Now memberships. Really appreciate that generosity, Marcus. And to those who are now new Spaceflight Now channel members, first off, welcome aboard. Glad to have you with us. You now, like all of our other channel members, have access to this and all of our launches from here at the Cape in stunning 4K. Discounts at our online shop, shop.spaceflightnow.com, including embroidered mission patches for this and other crew launches, and access to member-only videos here on YouTube. Speaking of channel members, we do have a new one to welcome as well, in addition to those who were gifted channel membership by Marcus. PSA 1000 joining us at the pad leader level. Really appreciate that, PSA. Welcome aboard. And to Kellen 526 with $5 super chat. Thumbs up, Corgi, for good luck. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much for your support here, Kellen, and good to see you again tonight. And we do have word from our astute launch photographer, Adam, who is out at crew walkout. We're starting to get some photos from him, so we will be sure to bring those into our launch coverage as soon as we are able. We're getting that in work now. T-minus 2 hours, 29 minutes, 57 seconds and counting. What you're seeing right now with the SpaceX support crews here are an examination of the hatch here for the Dragon Endeavour. They're making sure there is no, what you would call FOD, or foreign object debris, that may be anywhere along the lining of the door before they go ahead and seal that up. Of course, you want a perfectly pristine seal when you're talking about sending anything, especially humans, to the vacuum of space. And so they want to ensure that the Dragon closes perfectly, completely before they go ahead and launch this mission.
Dragon showing 4 good leak checks.
Copy, Dragon. We see the same. 4 good leak checks. At this time, the closeout team is going to hop back in the vehicle for final closeout steps before exiting the capsule. Your go for Section 4.
Section 4, thank you.
And those call-outs, all good signs that things are proceeding on track for and ahead of hatch closure. As you just heard, they did 4 good suit leak checks. Same as what they did in the suit-up room at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Facility. I just want to make sure everything is strapped up and good to go before they go ahead and pull that hose on out and prepare to close the hatch. T-minus 2 hours, 27 minutes, 46 seconds and counting. We are awaiting the next Dragon voice comm check. This is part of testing multiple different communications routes or radio frequencies to make sure that all the flight teams on the ground can communicate with the Dragon spacecraft. And obviously you want to do that well in advance of the rocket launching and this getting into a flight configuration.
Dragon, SpaceX comm check.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Copy loud and clear. That was over the TDRS network. That's the launch configuration. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD.
Dragon.
Dragon, DC on countdown 1. Comm check.
DC Dragon, loud and clear.
DC loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1. Comm check.
MD Dragon, loud and clear. How many?
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground. Comm check.
MD Dragon, Dragon to ground, loud and clear.
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
LD! Dragon, loud and clear. We're excited.
Hey Matt, got you loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon ground. Dragon, LD on Dragon ground, comm check.
LD Dragon, Frank, we got you loud and clear.
LD loud and clear.
And Dragon, that'll do it. Launch configuration comm checks complete.
Dragon.
T-minus 2 hours, 20 minutes, 27 seconds and counting. Things continue to proceed nominally for the Crew 8 mission as they're preparing for the hatch closure. Coming up in about 45 minutes, we'll be having our live interview with the Launch Weather Officer, Arlena Moses, with the 45th Weather Squadron to talk about what they're tracking and watching for this mission and some of the weather issues that came up that caused them to have to stand down from the Crew 8 launch last night and earlier this past week as well. So be sure to stick around for that if you haven't already. Go ahead and give us a like on this video if you would. That'd be great, and allow more folks to find this live coverage before we head into that live interview coming up in about 45 minutes. You're seeing the process ahead of the hatch closure here as they're extracting this little hatch brace. As we continue to watch the hatch closure process happen, I want to thank a few more folks for their support this evening. Christopher Lemke with a $4 super chat. Really appreciate that, Christopher. Channel member Butterfly with a $2 super chat. Really appreciate that, Butterfly, who asks why numbers on the uniforms instead of names. That is just for quick identification on the back. Although if you notice the two so-called ninjas that are on the far right-hand side of the frame, or the one that's just in the bottom center, they do have their names on Velcroed on patches on the front of their uniforms here. So they have names and numbers. Catherine Zebarth with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Catherine, for your support. Who says, thank you, Will Robinson-Smith, for outstanding commentary every launch. We'll certainly work hard alongside the rest of the team to make this live launch coverage happen for you. So it is definitely a group effort for this, but thank you for the shout out, Catherine. Bill Flickinger becoming a channel member at the pad leader level. Really appreciate that, Bill. Welcome aboard. Glad to have you with us. And Ralph Murphy with a $10 super chat, who says, awesome. Here in Citra, Florida, hopefully we'll be able to see able to get from a lot of launch from here. I'm assuming you meant a lot of the launch from here. Cloudy outside, but he likes the commentary. Good job. Thank you. Does look like me, the Space Ninjas. Well, maybe you've got a black ninja suit there in Citra, Florida. If so, let me know what number you picked out for yourself. We continue to watch. You see some of their phones. They're looking at zoomed in views of the photos that they're taking along the hatch there, just to make absolutely sure that they're not missing some foreign object debris or FOD. Could be around the area, and they want to make sure that absolutely everything has been cleared out so they can create a perfectly good seal on this door. T-minus 2 hours, 14 minutes, 25 seconds away from the planned launch of the Crew 8 mission. Want to thank 100% Awesome Me for a $2 super chat. Simply says, great coverage. Thank you so much, Awesome. Really appreciate that support. They're continuing on schedule at this point. We're expecting hatch closure just a little bit under the 2-hour mark. T-minus 2 hours, 11 minutes, 22 seconds and counting. I want to thank Ryan H. for a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Ryan, who says, watching from about 45 miles away, could the launch be audible from this distance? I suppose it depends if you're 45 miles north, south, or west of the pad. If you are 45 miles north, maybe, but probably not. 45 miles is a bit outside of the audible zone, I would say. As we continue on through the hatch closure process, do want to bring you a bit from our trip up to, or over to the Johnson Space Center, where we got the chance to talk directly with the Crew 8 astronauts before they made their way to Florida. So again, part of what channel membership and your support that the YouTube Super Chats goes towards is being able to do good on-the-ground reporting like this and be able to bring it back to you during this live launch coverage. So first off, thank you to all of you out there for making this type of reporting possible. This is our part of our conversation with the commander of the Crew 8 mission. This is Matthew Dominick, commander of Crew 8, and member of the Turtle class of 2017.
Leading the Crew 8 team to the International Space Station is NASA astronaut Matthew Dominick. The Colorado native is no stranger to taking leadership roles. After earning 2 degrees in engineering, he went on to the U.S. Naval Test Pilot School. That put him on a path to logging more than 1,600 hours of flight time in 28 aircraft.
You look at the movies and you think edge of the envelope flying to the into the envelope of the aircraft, but a lot of test piloting is the planning and the engineering and working with the great teams of people to make it happen, and then every now and then you go fly a test flight at the edge of the envelope.
He says stepping into the spaceflight world with SpaceX's Crew Dragon spacecraft is not too different, especially when it comes to the team dynamic.
When we would go fly test flights, we would have specially modified aircraft where I'd be the one in the aircraft, but there'd be a flight test team of 20 people in a control room managing that and watching every parameter. A guy watching the engines, a guy watching the hydraulics, a person watching these things, managing the whole thing. And so that is much the same construct we have here.
Dominick was selected as a member of the 2017 astronaut class, nicknamed the Turtles. The first in their class to head to space, Caleb Barron and Rajat Chari, launched as members of the Crew 3 mission back in 2021. Lovingly dubbed the Turtle Takeover by Chari, it's been a point of pride for the Turtles that, since the launch of Crew 3, a member of their class has always been on orbit.
We very nearly lost that. Luckily, there was a small accident with a booster that drove into a bridge. Because Crew 5 is great. Crew 5 is a great group of people, but their one drawback is there's no turtles. And so that moved the Crew 5 launch. It allowed Frank to bridge the gap of continuous turtle presence in space between Crew 4 and Crew 6.
In addition to keeping this legacy going, Dominick also had the chance to participate in another piece of newer NASA iconography, the T-38 flyby leading up to the Artemis 1 launch to the moon.
I paid the penalty for opening my mouth and saying, hey, we've got this big rocket that's going to go to the moon sitting on this pad. It's the first time it's ever launched. Why don't we should, and we have these T-38 jets we fly for training, why don't we do a cool flyby and get a picture of them flying by the rocket? And the response was, great idea, you get to plan it. So there is the good idea fairy kicked in and we got to plan it. So we sat down and figured it out. We used some software to figure out what the sun angles were going to be to plan the flight, and then we had 4 T-38s and then what we would call a chase plane, which is another T-38 out of frame with a professional photographer in the back. To go do a picture of the SLS with 4 T-38s flying by. So, I mean, that's just a cool picture, and the result is that picture's now all over Kennedy Space Center and Johnson Space Center when you walk around. So I appreciated it. I enjoyed getting the chance to put that together.
During his 6-month stay on the International Space Station, Dominick says he plans to follow in the footsteps of another turtle, Woody Hoberg, and build upon his Day in the Life video series.
We were going through a class, we were going through station, and I was looking at some of the things. I said, oh man, I think we could take some cool multi-camera views and really capture some of the day in the life stuff, or some of the things that, there are things that I find interesting that are niche, and other people find things interesting, and finding unique ways to capture those. And I've been looking at some of the cameras we have and how to capture multi-angle views of some of the unique aspects of Space Station that people don't really know.
Helping to support this work and participating in dozens of science experiments in that 6-month stay, Dominick says he'll rely upon the beverage of choice for himself and lots of folks here on Earth, a nice cup of coffee.
I have sampled a large variety of instant coffees. That's not something I'd take apart on Earth normally. I'd prefer manually brewing coffees and grinding and weighing and massing. I'm a scientist. I'm a giant coffee nerd. But on orbit, we are restricted. So I went through a sampling period of all these instant coffees, and a crewmate of mine, or a classmate of mine, Laurel, another contributor, continuous turtle presence in orbit, she enlightened me to a particular brand, and now I'm all over that stuff. So we've launched a fair bit of that into the coffee stores so I can have black coffee at orbit.
Tracking copy. Thank you.
And that was NASA astronaut and commander Matthew Dominick. And as you also just heard, noting that they are extra cautious with this hatch closure, they did find a hair They're just being extra meticulous before they go ahead and close this side hatch to make sure that they're aware of where everything comes from, including something as small as a hair. You're seeing the side hatch closure now here. At T-minus 2 hours, 4 minutes, and 28 seconds.
And Dragon, there's hatch closure. Stand by for transition to pad hatch closed. And then note for you, ensure all items are secure from now through launch.
Dragon.
Your T-minus 2 hours, 2 minutes, 10 seconds and counting. Teams are now ensuring that they have a good seal on that door now that the hatch is closed. Coming up next will be the pressure check on the door, again making sure that they've got a good seal on this, which is why they were so meticulous to make sure that not even something as small as a hair was left inside the inner lining of this hatch. Want to thank a couple more folks for their support. Ralph Murphy with a $10 super chat here. Thank you so much, Ralph. Really appreciate that. Who asks, does the blood drain from their legs sitting for so long in that position waiting for launch? Well, it wouldn't be draining from their legs necessarily because when they did the seat rotation, they are now on their backs. So think of just if you have like if you're on your back and you put your legs on top of a chair at your dining table, that's basically the position that they're in right now. One of our channel members, Space Nerd, with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Space Nerd. Appreciate your support with channel membership as well. Who says, go Dragon, go Falcon, go SpaceX, and go Crew 8. And Live Confident with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Live. Who says, Ava is watching from Western Australia. She is 8, and this is her first live launch. Well, hello, Ava. Glad you could be with us for our live launch coverage. Again, we are preparing for our live interview with the launch weather officer from the 45th Weather Squadron. That's coming up at about 9:15 Eastern tonight, or just a little over 20 minutes from now. So we're getting configured for that. We'll be bringing that live coverage shortly.
Dragon, SpaceX, clock ticking past T-minus 2 hours. We're going to step into a health check for the launch escape system. Expect a momentary flight computer state change, and then we'll be back in pad hatch closed.
Checking.
T-minus 1 hour, 57 minutes, 24 seconds and counting. Less than 2 hours to the planned launch of the Crew 8 mission. Really appreciate all of you for being with us on a Sunday night as they make another run at launching this Crew 8 quartet. If you haven't already, be sure to hit the like button. To the more than 5,200 of you that are watching live, glad you could be with us. Would certainly appreciate you helping us get this coverage to more people as we continue through the final 2 hours of the count. Also want to thank one of our wonderful channel members, Bob Witter, with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Bob, who says, thanks to the Spaceflight Now team for the best coverage. Really appreciate that, Bob, for the kind words and for the support.
Dragon SpaceX, good side hatch leak check.
Great news. Dragon copies.
We're T-minus 1 hour, 47 minutes, 21 seconds and counting. You're watching the closeout team perform their duties.
Dragon SpaceX for the big picture post-ingress.
Go ahead.
All right, Crew 8, timeline is ticking down to launch tonight. We've got the side hatch closed and leak checked with some margin. Closeout team is still on the crew arm. I'll give you a further update when they depart. How copy so far?
Copy all.
All right, no significant updates on vehicle and ground systems. Dragon, Falcon, and the pad look healthy as we continue ticking down. I do have a weather update for you. It's been trending better since our L-4 hour brief. Primary watch item is still flight through precipitation further along the ascent corridor, but we're down to a probability of violation of 15%. We've got the meteorologist continuing to track the weather per usual to monitor deviations from the forecast, but it's looking good out there. How copy?
Great news. Great to hear that trending. Thank you.
Agree, great news. That's actually all I had. How y'all doing in there?
Loving life. Hang it out.
All right. And I did get some last-minute words from Rick on the crew training team. He wanted to pass along some advice specifically to you, Matt, to, quote, just don't break anything.
Copy all. It's your spacecraft. We're going to take good care of it.
And there you heard that message from the crew trainer to Matt Dominick to, quote, not break anything on their way up to space. Weather trending better as we are now down to just 15% chance of violation. Put another way, 85% go weather. And we do have the opportunity to speak with a launch weather officer coming up in the next few minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and step off this mic, step into that configuration. So we'll be back with you in just a few minutes with our interview with Arlena Moses, launch weather officer with the 45th Weather Squadron. I'll be back with you shortly.
And welcome back to our live coverage of the Crew 8 mission getting ready to launch. We're out T-minus 1 hour, 40 minutes on the dot from the liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket with Crew Dragon and Endeavour on top. It's flying for a 5th time. Most of this crew is flying for their first time in addition to that first stage booster. And one of the things that we've been watching throughout this process in the preceding days and through tonight, of course, is the weather coming into this launch opportunity. And we are thrilled to be joined by Arlena Moses, who is a launch weather officer with the 45th Weather Squadron. Arlena, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, glad to be here.
So, as you just mentioned, weather has been sort of the big talk of the town getting ready for this launch. It's scuttled a couple of times. Coming into tonight, y'all were watching, I believe, the anvil cloud rule and flight through precipitation. Can you break down for folks just exactly what that means?
Yes, of course. So when we do these rocket launches, us as launch weather officers, or LWOs as we use kind of the short term, we're looking at a number of things we call our lightning launch commit criteria. And those are safety rules that we evaluate using a various number of tools that we have here at Kennedy Space Center and also the adjacent Cape Canaveral Space Force Station to ensure the safety of the rocket as it launches. And so when we talk about the anvil cloud rule, it's pretty much exactly what it sounds like. You know, when we have these thunderstorms that develop, which they frequently do here in Florida, they develop, the tops of the storms are called anvil clouds. And those can contain some electrification or the potential to create lightning as the rocket goes through them. So that's one concern we have for tonight. The other one is a little bit unique for our crewed missions or anything using the those type of missions where we want to make sure that as the rocket ascends that there's no precipitation that it's going to be flying through, as that can cause some trouble as that happens as well.
And something that folks may not consider who are, you know, deep in the weeds with this is that when a rocket launches, if there are clouds in the area, it's not just lightning that may be in the area of the rocket and the pad itself, but the rocket itself may generate its own lightning right through static electricity. Can you explain sort of the process of that and why that's an important watch item?
Yes, and those are what those lightning launch commit criteria cover as well. It's not just the lightning we think of at your normal afternoon thunderstorm. It's what we call rocket-generated lightning. So the rocket, as it launches, it can basically become its own kind of lightning rod. And because of the electrification in the cloud, so same way as like we're plugging into a socket into our wall, it can create its own lightning strike. And obviously any lightning, whether it's rocket triggered or natural lightning, as we would call your afternoon thunderstorm lightning, is really bad. It can cause quite a few problems with the rocket. So all those lightning launch commit criteria rules help prevent against that type of event happening.
And those rules specifically are about the launch itself around the pad. But there's also some additional risk criteria that you and the other forecasters watch for. You talk about the ascent corridor because that was something that we heard a little bit about last night, and it was something that was being watched in the prior launch attempts. What are some of the things that you're looking out for as the rocket leaves the pad area and begins to make its ascent, trying to catch up to the space station?
So for our crewed launches, we also have some concerns with what we call downrange weather, or the track that the rocket is taking as it makes that ascent towards ISS. And we want to make sure that in case something happens, that the astronauts would have a safe place to land further downrange as well. So we continue to watch things like our rainfall, thunderstorm chances, as well as winds and seas as we go up that ascent corridor along the eastern coast of the U.S.
And that's not just important for the Dragon spacecraft, but also if they needed to abort for the crews that are assisting that, the rescue jumpers, as well as those that are going to be on the swift boats going out to them, right?
That's correct. That's for everybody. So not just the astronauts as well, but those who may have to go out there to do those rescue missions as well. And we actually have not just our launch weather officers team looking at that, but we actually have a specific, we call them a METOC officer, that does the coordination with all the potential rescue units. So they're informed as the weather, of the potential weather as well.
And of course, we're talking about the launch of the Crew 8 mission getting ready to lift off. And now T-minus 1 hour, 35 minutes, 45 seconds. You can see in the box to the left of us there, the crew sitting in the launch configuration. While we're getting ready to see them launch, I'm sure you all are also looking a little bit further downrange, if you will, at the return of the Crew 7 mission. How different or similar are the considerations when you're talking about the crew capsule return versus Falcon 9 launch?
You know, the weather concerns overlap as well. We still have concerns with rainfall, thunderstorms, winds and seas. Same thing we do along the ascent corridor as well. Those are all kind of watch items we kind of look at, because the same thing applies. As the recovery teams go out, we want to make sure that they're safe as well to go out as help to get the astronauts out of the water.
And, you know, I'm sure we have some folks out in our audience who are interested in meteorology, maybe going into this field themselves. Two-part question for you. One, what made you interested in, you know, the career path of being a meteorologist? And two, how did you happen to line up being a launch weather forecaster? What was that path for you?
So my story as becoming a meteorologist is probably the same you'll hear from any meteorologist. We all had some event happen as we were a child, and we were just like, I want to know how that one happens. And we pursued that career as we got into college. I'm from the Washington, D.C. area originally, and we get all the weather. We get our hurricanes, we get our tornadoes, you get the snowstorms. So I was like, I want to know what drives that. And that's what brought me into the field. As in terms of becoming a launch weather officer, I've been doing this about 4.5 years currently, and before that I worked with the National Weather Service. You hear the watches and warnings that they do from all your local weather service offices, and it's very much a similar overlap. It's all about protection, life safety, keeping people safe. It's just different aspects of that between being a launch weather officer and being in the National Weather Service. And so it worked really well when I was like, oh, space and keeping people safe just works together right up my alley.
Last question to you, sort of along those lines. You know, obviously you and your colleagues monitor the weather for any launch that leaves the Cape area. How much more, I guess, weight or gravitas does it bring to bear when you're talking about a mission that's sending humans up to space, though?
We consider all of the missions the same. For us, it's looking at every single launch that happens here from what we call the Eastern Range, or whether it's from Cape Canaveral or it's from the Kennedy Space Center. We have the same rules apply, whether there's a crew mission or we're looking at satellite going up. We treat every launch the same as, you know, for that safety aspect as well.
Arlena Moses, Launch Weather Officer with the 45th Weather Squadron. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me this evening.
And of course, we are T-minus 1 hour, 32 minutes, 57 seconds away from the launch of that Falcon 9 rocket. So we're going to go ahead, step back inside, and continue on with you for the next hour and a half as we get ready to see the Crew 8 astronauts and cosmonaut hopefully get to launch if the weather permits and everything is good and healthy with both the rocket and the spacecraft up top. We'll be right back.
We're now T-minus 1 hour, 27 minutes, 54 seconds and counting. Our thanks again to Arlena Moses for spending some time to talk with us about her job as a launch weather officer with the 45th Weather Squadron. Coming up, the next notable milestone we're expecting is not for a little bit here. It'll be the L-1 weather brief prior to propellant load. It's about 27 minutes or thereabouts from now. Taking a look at our live chat here, want to welcome our newest channel member, Stinky, joining us at the pad leader level. Welcome aboard. Glad to have you with us. We're now T-minus 1 hour, 22 minutes, 27 seconds and counting. Just on the other side of 9:30 here on Eastern Standard Time. 0231 UTC for our friends joining around the world. Want to thank Cedar T. Villain for a $10 super chat. Really appreciate that support, Cedar. Thank you so much for helping support what we do here at Spaceflight Now. As we continue our countdown to the planned launch of the Crew 8 mission, let's go ahead and continue learning about the crew that is flying on board. We introduced you to the commander of the mission, Matthew Dominick. Now let's bring you a little bit more about the only member of this crew who has flown to space before, twice as a matter of fact. This is Crew 8 pilot Michael Barratt.
Sitting in the pilot position for Crew 8 is NASA astronaut Michael Barratt. A veteran of 2 previous space flights, he will become just the 10th person who will have launched from Earth on board 3 different spacecraft.
The idea of multiple vehicles is just such a positive sign of human spaceflight to begin with. You know, different entities, government agency, private agency, different government agency. Human spaceflight is flourishing, and that's a really good thing.
His first flight was on Expedition 19/20 in 2009, which lasted from March 26th to October 11th. During his 199 days in space, he performed 2 spacewalks in the Russian Orlan suit and witnessed the expansion of the station from 3 to 6 permanent station crew members. He said leaping from that to now with the coming of commercial space stations is pretty exciting.
I flew up with Charles Simonyi, who was a spaceflight participant, or tourist if you want. I flew down with Guy Laliberté, the founder of Cirque du Soleil, who had a very different outlook, a very artistic outlook on life. I loved watching these guys experience spaceflight. And I look forward to expanding that. I mean, it's going to be great because everybody comes down with a different experience. Everybody contributes in different ways. Everybody messages in different ways to people that we may not be able to reach. So it's the right thing to do. And again, we keep finding new things on ISS. We will find new things in this next generation of low Earth orbit platforms as well.
After his Soyuz excursion, Barratt's next flight came less than 2 years later when he launched on one of the final space shuttle flights.
We have main engine start.
STS-133 lifted off from Kennedy Space Center on February 24th, 2011.
And the final liftoff of Discovery, a tribute to the dedication, hard work, and pride of America's space shuttle team.
Now preparing to fly on board a SpaceX Crew Dragon for the first time, he says each vehicle comes with key distinctions.
There's a lot of common elements, you know, physics transfers quite nicely. But the functionality, the redundancy, the safety, the creature comforts, the human interfaces, all of those are different between vehicles. And I find that personally very exciting to learn those differences. I do look at the legacy, though, of these vehicles based on time. The Soyuz is a vehicle of the 60s. The shuttle was designed in the 70s and flew in the 80s. And the Dragon is a new generation spacecraft. I joke about it a little bit, but running the Dragon displays is like swiping your iPhone. It's very intuitive. It is made to be intuitive and simple, and it is a great spaceship. And we have huge transparency into how their systems work with SpaceX. So I'm very confident in the vehicle. It's a neat little spaceship.
As someone who is board certified in both internal and aerospace medicine, Dr. Barratt literally wrote the book on space medicine. It's called Principles of Clinical Medicine for Spaceflight. And he says going to space himself did give him some important insight.
My first flight came several months after the first edition of my textbook came out. And people asked me, did you get it right? I got it maybe 80% right. And then as time went by, I realized that it was less right because we kept finding new things. And that's still going on. We keep making new discoveries of things we weren't even looking for about the human in space, because when you take away the dominant force of gravity, you find things you weren't looking for. And that to me is incredibly exciting. So armed with that knowledge and 2 prior space flights, I am really excited to watch my own body and those of my crewmates adapt. But I look at it with a much different eye now.
In addition to watching his body adjust to space once again, Barratt will also be eagerly watching out the windows. He and 6 other members on board the space station will have the rare opportunity to potentially see a solar eclipse from space.
Gosh, that was 2018-ish. I was on Alaska Airlines chartered flight, several hundred nautical miles off the west coast of Oregon, and we were the first to see that eclipse as the shadow was just speeding, hurtling towards the mainland. It was really kind of amazing to see that. It was literally on my spaceflight bucket list to try to see an eclipse from space. So I'm living the dream on this one for sure.
And that was Crew 8 mission pilot Michael Barratt, as you heard. Dr. Michael Barratt as well, who is a preeminent expert on spaceflight medicine, making his 3rd flight to the orbiting outpost with this mission on board a Crew Dragon spacecraft. As you heard, only 9 others have flown to space on board 3 separate vehicles. He will become the 10th when he launches. Taking a look at the live chat here, as we're now T-minus 1 hour, 16 minutes, 16 seconds and counting. I want to thank Tom Check for a $5 super chat. Really appreciate that. Tom asks, do the launch team ninjas also participate in the recovery operations? The short answer is, well, kind of, but not exactly. So SpaceX does have its own personnel who are on board the Dragon recovery vessel, which are named Shannon and Megan, the ones that are stationed on the west and east coasts of Florida. They're on board to help the crew egress from the vehicle or exit the vehicle safely and support them as they go through their immediate post-flight medical checkouts. But as far as the people who are involved in recovering the Dragon itself once it splashes down and bringing it from the ocean waters towards the recovery vessel, those are the folks with Det 3 who are stationed at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station here in Florida. So those are Space Force Guardians who help recover the crew, or recover the Dragon spacecraft from the waters of the Atlantic Ocean. Nominally, the Crew Dragon spacecraft will always land in the waters around the state of Florida, in one of a number of zones off the coast of the Sunshine State. Generally speaking, they're in the areas of Jacksonville, Pensacola, Tampa, or here off the coast of Florida Space Coast. Taking a look at this camera view here, this is from our friend Pete Carsons with Max Q Productions. Really appreciate Pete supporting our coverage this evening, as well as Chuck Briggs also got his cameras out and pointed ready to support the Crew 8 mission live coverage. Taking a look back at the live chat, I want to welcome our newest channel member, Charles Lee, joining us at the pad leader level. Really appreciate that, Charles. Just as a reminder, channel membership comes with a number of perks. Discounts at our online shop, shop.spaceflightnow.com, where you can find things like embroidered mission patches, including the Crew 8 mission. You can also get access to the live or the member-only videos and access to 4K views of all the launches from here on Florida Space Coast. T-minus 1 hour, 12 minutes, 33 seconds and counting. I want to thank a few more folks for their support before we introduce you to the next member of the Crew 8 mission. See a lovely super chat actually from my mom, Mary Robinson. Mama Robinson is in the building tonight, so if you haven't already, be sure to give a hello to Mary in the live chat. Joining us from, well, hopefully sunnier California than we've seen over here in Florida. Also want to thank Scott Keller for a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Scott, who asks a question that I know a lot of people have about astronaut flights, but about how do they go to the bathroom? The short answer to that is they have a couple of different methods without getting too graphic into this. There is a bathroom system on board the Dragon spacecraft, and when they actually get up on orbit, they have a bathroom that is used, which actually they have to go through quite a bit of training to use, where they do some target practice to make sure things are going where they need to go. It's a bit of an intricate song and dance to make sure that that is operating correctly. And of course, you never want to be the person who breaks one of, I think there's actually one or, is there two bathrooms on station, or is there just the one? Yeah, there's two restrooms, one on the Russian side, one on the U.S. side, and you don't want to be the one that makes it go down. But as is the case with all things on space station, they're also responsible for fixing things whenever something goes awry. As Stephen was reminding me, the toilet on the Dragon, while it is there for use, it has also been notorious for being a little bit leaky and causing some corrosion in the past. So I suppose if the flight is short enough and you can hold it, it's probably best to do so, but you're also traveling with 3 other people who may not be as, well, may not have as strong of bladder fortitude, we'll say, and leave it at that and move on. Want to introduce you to the next member of the Crew 8 mission before we hit the 1 hour mark. Flying for the very first time, but this is her 3rd crew she's trained with. This is mission specialist for the Crew 8 mission, NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps.
The Crew 8 mission is an opportunity for 3 out of its 4 members to fly to space for the first time. That includes Jeanette Epps. However, she wasn't always convinced that a path to the astronaut corps would work out.
Aerospace engineer versus astronaut. I always knew that I could control becoming an aerospace engineer, but I never thought they would select me to be an astronaut, ever.
Those seeds were planted in part thanks to her brother Henry, who offered an encouraging nudge when he would come home to visit during his college years.
He was in college at Rochester Institute of Technology, and he would come home from school. He'd look at my grades, my twin sister grades, and he'd make some comment. And this one year was the year that Sally Ride and all these other women were selected for the astronaut corps. And he looked at our grades, he's like, oh my God, you guys are doing so well, you can become aerospace engineers, maybe even astronauts, who knows? And so that moment kind of, solidified in my brain that they'll never pick me to become an astronaut, but I can definitely become an aerospace engineer.
And she did just that. After receiving a doctorate in aerospace engineering from the University of Maryland in College Park in 2000, she moved on to spend more than 2 years as a technical specialist for Ford Automotive, and later spent more than 7 years working as a technical intelligence officer for the CIA. But the thought of becoming an astronaut never truly disappeared.
And through a lot of work and just sticking with it, lo and behold, I became an aerospace engineer. And then, some years later, a friend of mine calling and saying, hey, they're selecting astronauts again. And I was thinking that it may be my last chance to apply. And who knows, who they're going to select this year. You never know what's going to happen. So I just put my name in the hat, not really thinking I'd get it. And that was the year I was selected.
That year, 2009. She was one of 14 people selected as an astronaut candidate for the 20th astronaut class. In a 2016 NASA profile for Black History Month, Epps spoke about her training over the previous several years.
Over the years, I've done robotics training, I've done spacewalk training, I've done T-38 training, ISS systems training, and I've even got the chance to do a couple of fun things like NEMO, one of the NEMO missions. That was a great deal of fun. Spent 9 days underwater. I even had the chance to do geology training in Hawaii.
Her prospects of going to space started really coming into focus as she began training as a member of the backup crew for the Expedition 54/55 crew. She trained alongside Russian cosmonaut Sergei Prokopyev and European Space Agency astronaut Alexander Gerst. That trio was poised to launch themselves as the crew of the Expedition 56/57 mission, and it was set to make Epps the first African American to perform a long-duration mission in space.
And liftoff.
But a month after watching the launch of Expedition 54/55, NASA announced that Epps was being pulled from the Expedition 56/57 flight. A detailed explanation was never provided for the decision, rather chalking it up to a, quote, personnel matter. Fast forward a few years, Epps was next assigned to fly on the first full rotation mission of Boeing's Starliner spacecraft alongside NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Josh Cassada. That would have made her the first female African-American on a long-duration space flight.
I've flown in helicopters with Sonny flying, and I've flown in the backseat of a T-38 with Josh flying. And they are both wonderful people to work with. So I'm looking forward to the mission.
But yet again, that's not how the story went. Delays with Boeing's Starliner meant another crew assignment for Epps. In August of 2023, she was assigned as a mission specialist for the Crew 8 mission. Epps says over the years, a lot of folks have had a lot of thoughts about her delays, but she tries to not concern herself with all the outside noise.
I got to stay focused on what's important. And number one for me is trying to be a conscientious worker and in training, being conscientious of the work that's in front of me and making sure I'm not focusing on things that aren't important anymore. What happened in the past is in the past and it's going to stay there. I don't want to bring it forward because we have so much good stuff happening now.
Epps says despite the fact that she's trained for multiple missions, she still enjoys the work for mainly one key reason.
With each crew, it becomes new again because each crew trains differently. No matter how who's on the crew, it's not going to be the same twice.
But of course, the true newness will come once she finally reaches orbit after all this time. And in that moment, she will be thinking about one person in particular from her past, her mom.
She knew that I was selected for the astronaut corps, and her words to me were that I'm so happy for you. This is what you've always wanted in life, and I know you're going to do well. And then, shortly after that, she passed away, which was kind of intense for me in that moment. But having the Corps and coming to Houston to live really kind of set me on a path of really kind of wanting to make my mom proud of me, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Makes all the sense in the world.
Flying to space for the first time.
56 seconds and counting. Want to introduce you to the last mission, the second mission specialist before we hit the 1 hour mark. This is Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Grebenkin.
Flying to space for the first time is Russian cosmonaut Alexander Grebenkin. He's the fourth cosmonaut to launch as part of NASA's Commercial Crew program. He says his path to becoming a cosmonaut wasn't always an obvious one, though. Grebenkin, speaking through an interpreter, says that started back when he was trying to enlist in the Russian Air Force.
When I
was trying to get into military pilot school, that year, after high school, when I graduated from high school, that year the pilot school was not accepting applications, so I couldn't get into it that specific year. But no matter what, there was no selection for that year. But no matter what you do, if you're motivated and you have a clear goal in mind, you just follow your dream.
That dream took Grebenkin to the Irkutsk Military Aviation Engineering Institute in 2002, where he studied aviation engineering. Fast forward to 2011, he studied radio communications at the Moscow Technical University of Communications and Informatics. He says those were important skills that rolled over to his current career in spaceflight.
Абсолютно точно могу сказать, что
For anyone who is doing anything in their life, they need to try and absorb to the maximum ability whatever they're working on, and to be as multifaceted as possible. So everything that I had learned actually was very beneficial for me, or has been very beneficial for me in my career as a cosmonaut, and I would say that I got selected thanks to what I did before.
что набирал долгие годы.
Grebenkin began his cosmonaut training back in 2018 and was later approved as a test cosmonaut in January 2021. That eventually led to his selection as the mission specialist for the Crew 8 flight. He says training for an international mission was no simple task.
We had to travel a lot, and you're not just learning the new vehicle, you're meeting a new training team, you are getting accustomed to a new training approach. So this is
Dragon
different.
SpaceX,
He says just for the space station section of his training, he was not only in the US, but also in Japan and Europe as well. But despite a more travel-intensive training flow, Grebenkin says he's glad he was selected for this particular mission.
I'm very grateful for this experience. I met a lot of interesting people, instructors, and I have a wonderful crew, so I'm just grateful for this opportunity.
And that was the fourth and final member of the Crew 8 mission, Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Grebenkin. We're now just about a minute away from the 1 hour mark. This is the point where we'll get a pre-fueling update on the weather from the 45th Weather Squadron, although we were hearing through the loops that things are trending better than they have been. You could see a helicopter.
And Dragon, we saw good feedback from all the valves there. Back in pad hatch closed, and at this time your go for section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
Copy, section 5, we'll go.
We're now 15 seconds out from the 1 hour mark. And with that, we are now less than 1 hour away from the planned launch of SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket up top, with the Crew Dragon Endeavour getting ready to send 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut up to the International Space Station. Now that we are less than an hour away from this planned liftoff, want to go ahead?
SpaceX Dragon Crew 8, go for launch.
Copy, Crew 8, go for launch. Let's do it.
There you heard that Commander Matthew Dominick relaying that they are go for launch from the Dragon perspective and getting ready for the start of fueling coming up in about a little over 20 minutes from now. T-minus 38 minutes is when they'll do the go, no-go pull for the start of propellant load. But if you're just now joining us, want to welcome you to our live coverage of the Crew 8 mission, partnership between NASA and SpaceX to ferry astronauts and cosmonauts up to the International Space Station and bring them back safely to Earth. I'm Will Robinson-Smith, reporter for Spaceflight Now, joined by our full team for live launch coverage of this crew mission to the ISS. Our Stephen Young is running the technical operations of our broadcast. Our Adam Bernstein and Michael Kane getting ready to support with live tracking as well as launch photography as well. you're not already following our launch photography team on X, I want to give you the opportunity to find them on their social medias. You can find Adam Bernstein at ABurnNYC. Michael Kane is at MD Kane Jr. I'm at W_Robinson Smith, and Spaceflight Now is simply at Spaceflight Now. It's been a busy 4 hours as we've been counting down the launch of the Crew 8 mission. They've gone through their suit-ups in the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. They played their card game, which is used as a bit of tradition to make sure that the commander loses, get out the bad luck before they're ready to proceed with the mission. They then boarded into their black Teslas, said goodbye to their families in person, and waved a fond farewell as they made the about 10-mile drive from the ONC building to here, the pad at Historic Launch Complex 39A, where so many shuttle missions and Saturn V rockets have launched over the past several decades. They ascended the crew access tower up to the very top level where you see the lights in the middle of the tower, made their final phone call to their family members before walking across the crew access arm, where they signed the NASA meatball insignia, as all of the commercial crew astronauts before them have done. And they boarded the Crew Dragon Endeavour, where they are currently situated here on the center of your screen. This vehicle, flying for a 5th time, becomes the Dragon flight leader of all the Dragons, starting with the Demo 2 mission, which launched former NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley back on May 30th, 2020, the first crewed flight as part of NASA's Commercial Crew program. This Dragon went on to fly the Crew 2 mission, the second full crew rotation mission up to the ISS. That was followed by the first private astronaut mission using a SpaceX Dragon, AX-1, chartered on behalf of Axiom Space based in Houston. And most recently, it flew the Crew 6 mission 1 year and 1 day ago. Yesterday also happened to be the 5-year anniversary of the first launch of the launch of the Demo 1 mission, the first uncrewed flight of a second-generation Dragon spacecraft that flew up to the International Space Station to dock, paving the way for all of the Crew Dragon flights to follow. You're seeing the helicopter continue to fly around the pad, continue those aerial checkouts of this area. You see a shiny Falcon 9 rocket there at the heart of LC-39A. This booster flying for its very first time, tail number B1083 in the SpaceX fleet. The second stage of the Falcon 9 rocket is always new, but you can see on this particular one, because it is supporting a crewed mission, both of the NASA insignias are emblazoned upon it. You see the meatball logo just above the Falcon 9 inner stage, and the red worm that you can also see on future flights of NASA's Space Launch System rocket on the solid rocket boosters, built by Northrop Grumman. Now T-minus 52 minutes, 43 seconds and counting. While SpaceX is hard at work here in Florida focused on the Crew 8 mission, this is not the only thing they have their eyes on. Taking a quick glance over in Starbase down in southern Texas, we see a very frosty Starship rocket as SpaceX is performing a wet dress rehearsal or a tanking test of this massive launch vehicle standing a staggering more than 400 feet tall. This is the currently largest launch vehicle that is flying to date, preparing for the third launch coming up potentially as soon as this month. SpaceX is going through final validation and verification of the 17 action items that were agreed upon through the SpaceX-led mishap investigation overseen by the Federal Aviation Administration following the second flight of Starship that suffered anomalies during flight. This fueling test just one of the flight items necessary before we see the launch of Starship. Again, SpaceX has not been awarded a launch license for the third flight of Starship, that we do expect that to come somewhat soon in the near future. These views of Starbase coming to us via our friends at Lab Padre, do a lot of great work down there. We look forward to continuing to work with them towards future flights. SpaceX is also, you see the Starship tower that is supporting it. They're in the process of building a second Starship tower there as well. Over here at the Cape, SpaceX is exploring the use of Space Launch Complex 37, where currently United Launch Alliance launches the Delta IV Heavy rockets. They're looking at a path towards converting that pad into one to support Starship launches. They're going through some early environmental assessments of that right now. There's one more Delta IV Heavy launch coming up this year, a mission for the National Reconnaissance Office, though the date of that has not been publicly announced. We'll be sure to keep you posted on that and check out our launch schedule over at our website, spaceflightnow.com, for the latest on all the missions heading in an orbital direction. We're now T-minus 49 minutes, 51 seconds and counting to the launch of the Crew 8 mission. Taking a quick look at our live chat here, want to thank one of our channel members, Doug W., for gifting a Spaceflight Now membership. Really appreciate that generosity, Doug. Channel membership comes with a number of perks, including discounts at our online shop.spaceflightnow.com, where you can find things like embroidered mission patches, such as the one that will be representing the Crew 8 mission. Also access the member-only videos here on our YouTube channel, and key to this mission tonight and moving forward, channel members also have the ability to watch our streams in stunning 4K. Also want to thank Cynthia for a very generous $20 super chat. Thank you so much for supporting us at that level, Cynthia. Really appreciate that. The YouTube super chats and channel membership not only support our day-to-day operations here at Spaceflight Now, but also allow us to do more robust coverage, as has been the case. You've seen it on display. All of those crew interviews that you saw, those were done in person at the Johnson Space Center back in January. And being able to travel for coverage like that, as well as head up to, or over to Texas, a different part of Texas, to check out Firefly's rocket manufacturing operations and its spacecraft facility where they're building their Blue Ghost lunar lander. That's all made possible by the support that you all have for us. So very much appreciate you helping to make all this possible. Last but not least, you can support what we do here for free. It's quick and easy. Appreciate the more than 8,100 of you watching live. If you haven't already, be sure to hit the like button and allow this live coverage to be found by more people. Share the stream as well. Both things help immensely. And if you haven't already, you should subscribe to the Spaceflight Now channel. Click the bell icon and make sure you have all notifications turned on. That way you get notified whenever we do these live launch broadcasts. SpaceX has support for this coverage in part from its facilities at the Hangar X site here at Kennedy Space Center, the facility where they refurbish their Falcon boosters and prepare them for future flights. It's not often that we get to see views inside the Hangar X facility. We do have a couple thanks to these crew missions. This is a photo inside Hangar X, taking a look at some NASA personnel. This is in the foreground, Richard Jones. He's the Deputy Program Manager for NASA's Commercial Crew Program. He was working during a dress rehearsal that happened in the run-up to the Crew 8 mission. Here for another vantage point where you can see the SpaceX ninjas at work during that dry dress rehearsal in the run-up to launch. This particular angle shows you Katie Maynard, who is the technical assistant to the Chief Flight Director, who is on the left, facing away from the camera, and Emily Nelson, NASA's Chief Flight Director, who is second from the left with the glasses and the brown hair. This is the process of them monitoring, again, that dry dress rehearsal back on Monday, February 26th. This is the control room of SpaceX's Hangar X site here at KSC. SpaceX also has support for this launch from its headquarters in Hawthorne, California. And because this is a crew mission, NASA joining them here at Hangar X, but also at the Johnson Space Center near Houston, Texas. Coming up in the next just a little bit here, we should be hearing the go-no-go poll for propellant load. That'll come ahead of the crew access arm retract sequence.
Poll is complete and team is ready for crew access arm retract. Both launch control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and remain in that state until launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are to remain in their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and the approve board in the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch out sequence immediately and proceed in the launch abort sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch trajectory whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew for movement.
And there you get a good status update from the SpaceX
Crew arm
launch
status has started.
director. They're in the process of retracting the crew access arm here. You can see it swinging away from the vehicle. Here gives you a little bit of a better vantage point on that as the crew access arm swinging away from the Dragon spacecraft. Before they start fueling, they will arm the abort system, or the emergency escape system, which will use Super Draco thrusters if for whatever reason the crew needs to make a quick escape. It will launch them very quickly away from...
Dragon SpaceX for countdown timing.
Go ahead.
All right, Matt, we're looking at one closeout photo of the side hatch, doing some analysis on it, and are going to be looking for you to be crisp with the launch escape system arming. Team is under a bit of pressure here to get a call in.
Dragon.
Crew arm recheck complete.
You heard the call out there that they're wanting to move quickly with arming the launch escape system, the emergency escape system, now that the crew arm is retracted. It sounded like they got a photo of the side hatch that seemed a little bit out of perfect alignment, so they're going to do some quick checks on that. So again, SpaceX and NASA are doing some analysis on a photo of the side hatch. Things are continuing to proceed, though, for now. Before they start the fueling process, which begins in about 5 minutes, they will arm the launch escape system, which in an emergency would allow the Dragon to use the Super Draco thrusters to quickly fire and get them away from the rocket if need be.
Dragon SpaceX, expected decision at T-minus 37 minutes. At this time, you're go for viewing Section 6 of the procedure. You are not go for arming the command. How copy?
Dragon copies. Can we preemptively close visors?
Yes, sir. Go for that.
Closing visors.
So what you just heard is the crew is closing their visors. They're going to be making a call on proceeding with fueling the vehicle at T-minus 37 minutes. That's coming up in just over 2 minutes from now. So again, that call out, they're going to hold off on arming the launch escape system until they make a determination in less than 2 minutes, about 1.5 minutes from now. And that'll come about 2 minutes before fueling needs to begin to make this launch time. They obviously want to make sure everything is perfectly in line before attempting to launch a crew of astronauts and a cosmonaut. Coming up on T-minus 38 minutes. This will be 1 minute away from when they make the call on proceeding. The crew members have closed their visors in anticipation of arming the launch escape system. Normally the launch escape system is armed at T-minus 39 minutes, thereabouts. This is shrinking their pad margin, if you will. Expecting that update about 20 seconds.
Dragon SpaceX, at this time your go for 6.4 arm launch escape system. Team is confident that we understand the issue well enough to proceed into LES arm, and it's within existing analysis.
Dragon copy. Go to close seat visors. Visors closed. We are arming the launch escape system.
Copy.
And with that call you just heard, they are arming the launch escape system. As you heard, they feel like they understand, but didn't elaborate much on the quote-unquote issue. But they feel like they're in a good position to move forward with arming the launch escape system and proceeding towards the beginning of fueling the Falcon 9 rocket, which is set to start at T-minus 35 minutes, just over a minute from now.
Launch escape system is verified armed.
Here the call, the launch escape system is armed. So let's go ahead and give you an idea of what we're expecting for the countdown timeline moving forward from here. So skipping ahead to where we are coming up on right now. The launch escape system armed again a little bit closer to the start of propellant load, but within the margin of pad that they have for that timing, because they want to give themselves enough time in case they need a decision point like this to have some wiggle room. So next is going to be propellant load, which is starting with RP1 or rocket grade kerosene and liquid oxygen. That RP1 is loaded onto both the first and the second stages of the Falcon 9 rocket. Liquid oxygen is loaded on board the first stage. T-minus
Propellant load has started.
We did hear a confirmation. Propellant load has begun. T-minus 16 minutes. LOX load on the second stage begins. Before that, though, we'll see the so-called big vent from the strong back. It's a good visual indication that fueling continues on track. Happens as they chill the feed lines before LOX load. It comes up about T-minus 20 minutes and 20 seconds or so. T-minus 7 minutes is when the Falcon 9's Merlin 1D engines are chilled. It involves flowing a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbo pumps. Protects the engines from the risk of thermal shock and damage during the startup sequence. About 6 minutes prior to liftoff, the first stage kerosene tank should be full. Then at T-minus 4 minutes, the Dragon transitions to internal power. Before that, though, the strong back retract begins at T-minus 4 minutes and 30 seconds. We'll start with the clamp arms that you see just underneath the Dragon trunk open up. Then the transporter erector or the strong back will recline about 1.5 degrees away from the vehicle. Stays in that position until liftoff, when it pulls back in a much more rapid fashion. About 2 minutes out, liquid oxygen load should be complete, at which point the vehicle is fully loaded with 1 million pounds of propellant. In the final 60 seconds, control of the countdown is handed over from the ground sequencer to the Falcon 9's onboard flight computers.
Dragon SpaceX for a follow-up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, want to get back with you and chat about that LES arming time pressure. Summary, we saw a small crack on the side hatch seal at the top of the hatch. Main concern is re-entry heating soaking through a damaged seal. We do believe the crack is small enough to be bounded with margin by existing analysis. but the team is still working it and double checking. How copy?
Dragon copies.
So a little bit of elaboration on the seal around the side hatch door. They found what appears to be a small crack, which they said is not going to be a risk to launch, but they do worry about its thermal properties when it comes to re-entry of the vehicle. So fast forward 180 days when they're getting ready to bring the crew back down to Earth. Obviously, the vehicle goes through extremely hot temperatures as it comes back through the atmosphere, makes its way back down for a splashdown off the coast of Florida. And they are still performing some analysis to see if they are comfortable moving forward with the launch tonight or if that needs to be further assessed. So fueling has begun. They will continue to step through this process. Obviously, as they continue to analyze the data, they will make a call closer to the planned liftoff, and if they feel like it is not going to be within limits, then they will stand down from a launch attempt tonight, and we will see what further analysis or repair work that may need. Again, that is if they feel this is going to be outside of limits and make things too potentially risky for the crew to come back.
Start of stage 1 cryo-helium loading.
And that call that you just heard, loading of cryogenic helium onto the pressure vessels on the first stage. It's used to pressurize the main propellant tanks during flight. Here, a similar call at about T-minus 25 minutes for that cryogenic helium being loaded on the second stage of the Falcon 9. Coming up on the 30-minute mark ahead of the planned launch of the Crew 8 mission. Just want to go ahead and finish out the countdown. Obviously, we wanted to hear that very important update from the launch team. This is where we are here. The propellant tanks being brought to flight pressure about a minute out. T-minus 45 seconds is when the launch director will give their final go for launch. The engine issue command will be issued at T-minus 3 seconds. And then if all 9 engines ignite and are healthy, the flight computer will give the command for the hold down clamps to release the vehicle at T0, which is currently set for 10:53 p.m. Eastern, 03:53 UTC. Now just 29 minutes, 9 seconds away. The extra noises that you're hearing now is coming from the mics there at the launch pad. It's a little bit of extra audio color context to this launch.
Stage 2 cryohelium loading has started.
Now T-minus 24 minutes, 52 seconds and counting. The cryogenic helium load on the second stage has begun. We're a little over 4 minutes away from the big vent as they chill the feed lines ahead of loading liquid oxygen on the second stage of the Falcon 9. Before we go ahead and talk about where this rocket is going and share a little trajectory with you, I want to go ahead and take a peek back at the live chat. Thanks some folks for their support tonight. Our thanks to Mermaid Labs for a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Mermaid, who says, glad to be back in Florida just in time for this launch. Thanks for the fine coverage as always. Thank you, Mermaid. Really appreciate that. Fight Shrub, gifting a Spaceflight Now membership. Really appreciate the generosity, Fight Shrub. And to whomever that channel membership went, be sure to thank them in the live chat if you haven't already. Mike Strickland with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Mike, who says, my wife Faith and I love watching the launch from our backyard in Port St. Lucie. Hopefully skies are clear enough for you to be able to see the launch tonight. Fingers crossed for you, Mike. Our thanks as well to Robert Johnson for a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Robert. And to Don Pierce for the same. Thank you both. And thanks to the more than 13,000 of you who are joining us for our live launch coverage as we're less than just about 23 minutes away from liftoff now. You can see some of the vapor forming around the Falcon 9 first stage. Trickier to see the full frost line when you've got a perfectly new first stage vehicle. If you haven't already, be sure to hit the like button to allow more folks to find this live launch coverage as we continue to step through the count. As we're getting ready for that, hopefully the planned liftoff in just a little over 22 minutes, let's go ahead and talk about where this vehicle is going to go and where the first stage is going to come back. Let's talk a little trajectory, shall we? The Falcon 9 rocket supporting this mission, tail number B1083, supporting the launch of the Crew Dragon Endeavour, heading up to the International Space Station. Being that it's going to catch up to the orbiting outpost, it'll be launching in a northeasterly trajectory, heading along the eastern coast of the United States. So for folks in Georgia and the Carolinas, you may catch a glimpse of the Dragons as it climbs uphill. Also, the first stage vehicle is going to be performing a flip maneuver, heading back to landing zone 1 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. So if you are on Florida Space Coast with us or in the Central Florida area, you may hear a sonic boom as it makes its way back down towards the landing zone area. This is the path of the Falcon flight, assuming that they are able to launch in just a little over 21 minutes from now. We're now T-minus 20 minutes, 35 seconds and counting. Should see the start of the big vent momentarily. And there it goes. That big vent, a good indication that fueling is in fact on
Stage 2, RP1 load complete.
On track, and they're getting ready for a LOX load coming up next at T-minus 16 minutes. Now T-minus 18 minutes, 24 seconds and counting. Weather continues to trend in a good direction. Less than 10% chance of violating weather at liftoff, which is certainly encouraging. The big vent continues here, and will do so for about another minute and a half before LOX load on the second stage begins.
Dragon SpaceX for an update. Teams are still working. Expect more words here in a few minutes, shooting for T-minus 10 minutes to get you a brief.
Dragon.
And what you just heard is they're still working the analysis of the crack on the Dragon hatch side seal. Sounds like we should expect another update for the crew at about
Stage 2 LOX load has started.
10 minutes. You see the big vent has wrapped up, and we hear the call out that Stage 2 LOX load has begun. So fueling continues to move in a good direction on the vehicle. We will wait for further updates on the status of the crack analysis. Whenever this mission is able to launch, this will become the 13th crewed flight for SpaceX to date, the 9th involving NASA astronauts, and the 8th that is a full crew rotation mission heading up to the International Space Station. SpaceX also supported 3 private astronaut missions up to the ISS, chartered by Axiom Space based in Houston, as well as a free-flying mission chartered by businessman Jared Isaacman that launched in September of 2021 called Inspiration 4. Isaacman also chartered 2 additional Dragon flights, as well as what is expected to be the first human flight of SpaceX's Starship vehicle, all part of what's known as the Polaris program, the first mission of which set to launch no earlier than the summer and will feature the first non-governmental spacewalk heading out from a Dragon spacecraft. Before we get to that T-minus 10 brief, want to go ahead and quickly step through the parts of the vehicle, let you know more about what's launching tonight. Most of the Falcon 9 rocket, which stands at 70 meters or 229 feet tall, with a diameter of 3.66 meters or 12 feet. Most of that made up by the first stage. It's the bottom 2/3 of the rocket. Today's booster flying for the very first time, tail number 1083 in the SpaceX fleet. At the base of the first stage are 9 Merlin 1D engines, which produce 1.7 million pounds of thrust and burn, as you've heard through the fueling process, rocket-grade kerosene, or RP1, and liquid oxygen, or LOX. Around the engine compartment, you can see the black carbon fiber landing legs that are used to land the first stage, either on a drone ship or, as is the case with tonight's mission and now all crew missions moving forward, nominally, back at Landing Zone 1, or Landing Zone 2, if Landing Zone 1 happens to be occupied. Above the first stage is the inner stage. It's a composite structure consisting of an aluminum honeycomb core, which is surrounded by carbon fiber. In the image you see on the right-hand side of your screen, there are deployable hypersonic grid fins. These are titanium winglets that provide stability and steering for the Falcon 9 vehicle as it comes back through the atmosphere tail first, like a big old dart towards the drone ship sometimes. But again, tonight, they're using Landing Zone 1. At the top of the inner stage are 3 mechanical latches that attach to the second stage. At first stage, main engine cutoff, or MECO. High-pressure helium is used to release those latches, and 4 pneumatic pushers ensure a clean separation. The second stage engine nozzle is housed safely inside the inner stage adapter until stage separation. Above that is the second stage, new for every flight, and as we've mentioned previously, this time because it's a crew mission, is adorned with both of NASA's logos. Upper stage is powered by a single modified Merlin engine called a Merlin vacuum engine, or MVAC engine, hence the name. It's equipped with a large nozzle optimized for burns in the vacuum of space. Produces more than 200,000 pounds of thrust. Burns the same propellant mix, RP1 and LOX, as the first stage does as well. There will be 1 burn before Dragon separation. Following that, it'll ignite for a second time to drive this upper stage back through the atmosphere, where it will burn up. It's a deorbit burn, helping to eliminate the risk of unnecessary space debris on this mission. And of course, atop the Falcon 9, occasionally, or most often, they are payload fairings, but of course this is a crewed mission, so you see the crewed Dragon spacecraft atop this Falcon vehicle, getting ready to fly for its 5th time, becoming the flight leader for SpaceX. This particular Dragon spacecraft has previously launched the Demo 2, Crew 2, AX-1, and Crew 6 missions. And as you see with the countdown clock here, we are T-minus 11 minutes.
SpaceX for a follow-up.
Go ahead.
All right. We are confident that we understand the issue and we can still fly the whole mission safely. We're comfortable proceeding because the condition is bounding by existing analysis, as already mentioned. Additionally, we expect the gap created by this crack in the seal to close as the material will swell with re-entry heating. And finally, it's on the lower heating side of the vehicle during re-entry. The engineering team here is comfortable proceeding. How copy?
Dragon copy.
Okay. With that, Crew 8, confirmed displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX Dragon displays are configured for launch. Crew 7, this is Crew 8. We're coming for you. It's time for Crew 8 to relieve you of the watch onto the International Space Station. SpaceX Dragon, we are ready for you to cast off the strongback and launch Dragon Endeavour on its 5th voyage.
And you heard some great words from the commander of the Crew 8 mission, Matthew Dominick, as he put it, quote, Crew 7, we're coming for you, as they will...
We copied all. Godspeed, Crew 8.
...be heading up to the ISS, have a about 5-day handover with the Crew 7 team before they board their Dragon and head down for a splashdown off Florida's Space Coast a couple days after that. As you also heard from SpaceX, they feel comfortable with their analysis, as well as obviously consulting with NASA on their understanding of that crack, and they're sure that they can move through both the launch, the time on orbit, and re-entry of the vehicle. And so at T-minus 9 minutes, 6 seconds and counting, they feel like they are ready to proceed with the launch of the Crew 8 mission. And so things are moving forward. We're now less than 2 minutes away from the engine chill down sequence, flowing a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbo pumps on the 9 Merlin 1D engines on the Falcon 9 rocket, thermally conditioning them before ignition. Now T-minus 7 minutes, 10 seconds and counting. We're anticipating the call out for engine chill down sequence any moment now.
Engine chill has started.
You heard that call out. The engine chill down sequence has begun. And again, just reiterating their words about the crack, they note that it is on the lower heating side of the vehicle during re-entry, and they believe that it will essentially, the material will swell and close the crack enough to be sufficient for re-entry, that it should not present an issue. So that is why they are confident that they can move forward with this launch tonight, coming up in just over 6 minutes. As we approach the final few minutes of the countdown, want to quickly thank
Stage 1 RP1 load complete.
A few more folks for their support tonight. Heard that RP1 load on the vehicle is now wrapped up. Want to thank Michael Emery for a $1 super chat. Thank you so much, Michael. Want to welcome Alina Hawk to channel membership at the pad leader level. So we're now less than 6 minutes to liftoff, and you, like our other channel members, can see this launch now in 4K. Channel member Marcus Gallegos asks what the big vent is for. That is just the venting we see as the feed lines are chilled prior to second stage LOX load. Stinky, channel member, $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Stinky, who says, this is great coverage. Thank you. I appreciate that, Stinky. And thanks for your support through the super chat and for channel membership. Little Bullet with a £5 super chat asks, how loud in decibels are these 9 engines together when they are at full power?
Dragon is in configured for terminal count.
Falcon 9 tanks pressurizing for strong back retract.
Stephen was just telling me off mic that our friend Chuck Briggs has a decibel meter that he's using tonight, so we should be able to get you that answer after launch. We're about to see the strong arm retract sequence begin from
Strong back retract has started.
There you go, there's the call out. You'll see the clamp arms underneath the Dragon trunk opening up, and then the transporter erector, or the strong back, will recline about 1.5 degrees away from the vehicle. It'll stay in that position until liftoff, at which point it'll pull back in a much more rapid fashion. Ryan Hagler with a $2 super chat. Asking if the super chat will help repair the crack, but fortunately it sounds like they have a good analysis of that issue, and it shouldn't be an actual issue during re-entry. 426 Superbird with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much for that. Channel member Alan Gable with a very generous $20 super chat saying, yay, turtles. Giving a bit of ups there to Matt Dominick, the commander of the mission, who is a member of the Turtle class. Nelson Reyes with a very generous $20 super chat. Thank you, Nelson, who says, thanks, Will, Adam, and Michael, doing a great job. And I will throw Steven into the mix, also hard at work. And Pete and Chuck as well, getting ready to track this launch. MNC Pilgrim joining at the pad leader level of channel membership. Thank you so much. Alexander Jackson with a $2 super chat as we're closing in on 3 minutes. We say Godspeed and safe travels. Sean Reynolds with
Stage 1 lock load complete.
$2 super chat as we just heard LOX load is complete on stage 1. Getting some great audio of the kisses and
Dragon is in terminal count and is on internal power.
The sounds from the pad there with those mics. Waco Jones with a $5 super chat saying go for it. Thank you, Waco. Law Dog with a $1 super chat. See if we can get into these last few real quick. Raptor117 with a $2 super chat says, I was just at KC last weekend, saw Falcon 9 launch. Excellent. It's always great to see this. And we are closing on the last 2 minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and keep our attention on this vehicle for the last 2 minutes of the count. And I promise we'll come back to these super chats. Really appreciate them, guys. Thank you so much for your support. And if you haven't already, please hit the like button. See, there's more than 30,000 of you joining us.
Stage 2 lock load complete.
Really appreciate you being with us for our extensive live launch coverage of this crew mission. Be sure to hit the like button so that more folks can find it as we come in to the final 1 minute, 43 seconds before liftoff.
Dragon is in auto idle.
Ground gas closeout, expect loud venting.
And this venting you're seeing here is that ground gas closeout, that call out you just heard a moment ago. Coming into the final minute of the count, as we're preparing to see the 4 members of the Crew 8 mission, Matthew Dominick, Michael Barratt, Jeanette Epps, and Alexander Grebenkin, prepare to launch to space. Now, T-minus 1 minute and counting.
FPS is armed, Falcon 9 is in startup and is now controlling.
Dragon is in countdown.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
And we heard the call out from the launch director that
Dragon copies, go for launch.
Crew 8 is go for launch, heard and received by the crew. We are now a little more than 30 seconds away from the liftoff of the Crew 8 mission. 20 seconds. 15 seconds. And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine ignition and liftoff of the Crew 8 mission heading up to the International Space Station. Matthew Dominick, Michael Barratt, Jeanette Epps, and Alexander Grebenkin soaring high above Florida's Space Coast. Falcon 9 rocket powered by 1.7 million pounds of thrust soaring high. SpaceX has now officially launched more than 50 humans on their way to space. Let's listen to the roar of those 9 Merlin 1D engines. Those engines throttling down now as we're approaching max Q. The vehicle now traveling faster than the speed of sound. Getting some great tracking views from Pete Carstens here. We're coming up on a number of milestones in about a minute. About T plus 2 minutes and 26 seconds will be main engine cutoff, followed by stage separation, and then second stage engine start at T plus 2 minutes 37 seconds. That'll be followed by the boost back burn beginning on the first stage. With the weather clear, we're getting some great tracking views from our team here. A little over 2 minutes into flight. We're about 10 seconds away from
one throttle down.
MECO. There you see MECO.
MECO. Stage separation confirmed.
You see stage separation on the Falcon onboard cameras and
MVAC ignition.
MVAC ignition.
Copy 2 Alpha.
And there's the start of the boost back burn with spectacular colors there. You can see the burn of the Merlin engines and the Merlin vacuum engine. Some great views here of the Falcon 9 first stage making its way back down toward the drone ship. Bit of a nebula effect here as well, you can still see. What you're seeing here is onboard views of the Falcon 9 first stage as the boost back burn continues and wraps up. Now seeing the Merlin vacuum engine as we come up on 4 minutes into flight. The boost back
Dragon
burn
SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
has ended. We're seeing still
Dragon
live tracking views of the Dragon spacecraft. These are our views from the causeway over on the Cape side of things. Now coming up on 4.5 minutes into flight. The first stage entry burn will begin at T plus 6 minutes and 16 seconds, thereabouts.
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Dragon.
Adam Bernstein, faint though it may be, still has the burn of the Merlin vacuum engine on his tracking view cam here. As you see the onboard camera and the box on the right-hand side of your screen from the Falcon 9 second stage itself. Now 5.5 minutes into flight. We're less than 45 seconds away from the first stage entry burn begin. This booster making its way back down for a landing at landing zone 1 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. So we will have our cameras pointed at that as it makes its way back. And we should be hearing
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Notable sonic boom as it makes its way back in.
Dragon.
The Dragon spacecraft now going in excess of 6,000 miles per hour. Seeing the entry burn beginning. These are
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
These are onboard views from the Falcon 9 first stage as it makes its way back.
Dragon.
You can see the lights of Florida's Space Coast in view as it makes its way down towards landing zone 1 at the Cape. Now a little over 7 minutes into flight. The first stage landing burn set to begin in about a little less than a few seconds from now, actually. There it is.
Stage 2 FTS is safed.
And we see a confirmation of the first stage. Made its way down safely towards the landing zone over at the Cape. Heard quite the sonic boom here. And with the secondary mission complete as we come into the 8th minute of flight. Now the next big event is coming up at T plus 8 minutes and 49 seconds. That'll be SECO 1 or second stage engine cutoff. That'll set it off on a
Stage 2 and terminal guidance.
Bit of a coast, setting up for Dragon separation at T plus 12 minutes and 1 second. The Dragon's nose cone open sequence will begin just before the 13-minute mark into this flight.
Shannon!
Copy, Shannon.
The call out
MVAC shutdown
of Shannon was not, in fact, a shout out to Shannon Walker, who's the deputy head of the astronaut office who was with them in the O&C pseudo room. That was a call out.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
Regarding Shannon, Ireland, as the
Dragon copies.
Last piece of the abort.
Launch escape system disarmed.
There's a last abort area that they were passing as they continue their climb. You're taking a look inside the Dragon trunk and now looking at the Merlin vacuum engine. We're getting our first views inside the Dragon spacecraft here. Now 10 minutes into flight. The crew has been put into a good orbit here, as they are now experiencing their first little taste of microgravity for the first time for 3 of them. Of course, Michael Barratt making his 3rd flight to space. And as we mentioned in our piece earlier, literally wrote the textbook on spaceflight medicine, so is quite familiar in more ways than one about how all this will feel and how it impacts them. Just to answer the question from Little Bullet from before the launch, our decibel reading was 100.1. So pretty loud. We're now less than 30 seconds away from seeing Dragon separation. Taking a look inside the trunk there. That is also the heat shield on the Dragon spacecraft. Now coming up on the 12th minute into flight, right before Dragon separation. And there we see Dragon separation. Crew Dragon Endeavour now flying free for the 5th time, becoming the flight leader.
Dragon, SpaceX. Dragon, SpaceX, this is your launch chief engineer. Welcome to orbit. It truly is our greatest honor for you to trust us to launch you into space. It's been a pleasure working with you, and we trust that all the science and work you're about to do will continue to move humanity further towards the stars. We hope you enjoyed the ride, and thank you for flying on Falcon 9. Please send our regards to Crew 7, and make sure to remind them you just wanted to be fashionably late. I'll hand it off to the launch director for a few words.
Dragon LD, hope the ride was as awesome as a Cybertruck. Have a safe journey to the space station, and we look forward to seeing you when you get home. Thank you for flying SpaceX.
SpaceX, oh my goodness, what an incredible ride to orbit. I'm both glad and not glad that you don't have a copy of our ICS. The cheers the whole way up were incredible. A big thank you to SpaceX for incredible instructors. Tyler, I'm talking to you and your team right now. Incredible instructors, engineers, and operators. They're the reason we are now safely in orbit. A thank you to NASA, Roscosmos, CSA, ESA, JAXA, who work together to make the International Space Station work for us all. And of course, big thank you to my family, friends, and mentors who are the reason we're here today. Over to you, Mike.
Yeah, hey, Earth, just to let you know, it's kind of like a roller coaster ride with a bunch of really excited teenagers. Just want to mention the NASA community is just a really warm but steely-eyed family that does amazing things, and it kind of hugs you, but it pushes you into the unknown while watching your back. It's really been an incredible place for me to grow over these past 30-plus years, and now I'm really honored to fly this new generation spaceship with this new generation crew. Thanks to my own family for tolerating my otherworldly habits. Thanks to NASA for being the backbone of exploration that we are. And just thanks so much to our friends and colleagues at SpaceX for the awesome ride. It's great to be back in space again.
And I would like to second Mike and Matt's words. I'm super excited to be here, and I need to hear. And the words that come to my mind is that I'm so grateful and I'm thankful for everyone who got us to this point. There's no way we would have been able to do this without all the people, from all the instructors, from all the people supporting on the ground, to the folks in the kitchen who kept us fed, and Liz out at SpaceX. I'm so grateful for everyone, and I just want to give a big thanks to my family and friends who came from all over the world to see this. Thank you for supporting me through all the days of waiting to get to this point. Thank you for everything, and I want to give a quick shout out to my sisters who couldn't make it, Brenda and Patty, and then I also want to give a nod to Syracuse, who supported me through everything, and I am in a New York state of mind right now. It is amazing. Thank you for everything.
Warm greetings to everyone from the orbit. I would like to express huge gratitude to Roscosmos, NASA, ESA, JAXA teams, and all who took part in preparation and implementation. A separate shout out to my family and friends. Thank you for your support. My son, Сережа, Vlad, Sasha, be good. Кузбасс от Москвы. See you soon. Всех тепло приветствую с орбиты. Выражаю огромную благодарность коллективу Роскосмоса, НАСА, ИСА, JAXA и всем без исключения причастным к подготовке и реализации нашего полета. Отдельный привет передаю своей семье и близким. Спасибо вам за поддержку. Сыновьям Сережа, Влад, Саша, будьте молодцами. Кузбасс, Москвы, до встречи.
Dragon, we copied all, and we see the vehicle chasing down the International Space Station on orbit. Nose cone opening is in progress. We saw nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. With that, you're go to raise visors. And I've got one final note. We have a tradition on board this spacecraft for its travelers to bring a small token, a zero-G indicator, if you will, to clearly demonstrate the free-floating nature of objects traveling in orbit around the Earth. And I wonder if you've brought anything fitting that description.
Well, you should ask. Oh, man. So per tradition, we, of course, have a zero-G indicator. It's already been deployed. The significance of our zero-G indicator is not actually what it is, but who chose it. Many parents around the world have jobs that take them away from their children and families for long periods of time to serve their communities, their country, and the world. Military families are a prime example, but many jobs, including our own, share this trait. The choice of the zero-G indicator was given to my daughters to represent the sacrifice that children everywhere make while their parents are serving away from home. We chose a stuffed family dog, and she is free-floating here today.
Matt, we copied all. Good words. I think we don't have video inside the capsule. We'll have to come back with you in a minute for a video of that stuffed dog.
No worries, thanks.
Well, as we wait to see the aforementioned stuffed dog, the zero-G indicator, we see the nose cone on the SpaceX Dragon Endeavour is now deploying. So we are coming up on 19 minutes into flight. No, T plus 20 minutes, 25 seconds and counting. We are waiting to see if they're going to bring us some video inside the Dragon Endeavour, and we'll get our eyes on the zero-G indicator that they indicated. Currently, SpaceX is running through a log of all of the astronaut crews that it has flown to space since its Demo 1 flight back in 2020 or 2019. SpaceX now, with the launch of Crew 8, has sent more than 50 people into orbit to date. This is the 8th crew rotation mission up to the International Space Station. As you see here in this picture, this is one of 3 private astronaut missions that was launched. Coming up, the most recent flight, the AX-3.
Dragon SpaceX, we see a nominal nose cone opening, TCS, and forward bulkhead Draco checkouts, and we see an upcoming burn in 23 minutes, 2-3.
Yeah, that call it. There's going to be another burn coming up in about a minute from now. So we're now getting views back inside the Dragon Endeavour. There's the dog. There's the zero-G indicator in honor of the dog owned by Matt Dominick's daughters. Not sure if they mentioned if there's a name for this little dog here, but you can see it now flying free. Coming up on the next burn here.
Dragon SpaceX, cabin environment looks good for suit doffing, and we'll take the camera external here in just a sec. Your go for 4.012 suit doffing.
Dragon, copy the go, 4.012 suit doffing.
And Dragon cameras are exterior.
Copy external.
As we begin to wind down our live coverage, we're preparing a bit of a launch replay, so stand by for that as that is working in the background. Want to go ahead and come back to these live chats or super chats that were sent in the run-up to and during the climb of the Falcon 9. Really appreciate all the folks that are supporting us tonight, and definitely want to make sure you get your kudos for keeping us going. Thanks to Street Spitzley for a $1 super chat. Thank you so much, Street. Ken Newton with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Ken. who says or asks, what is your prediction for us stepping on the moon or Mars? What year? For the moon, currently the Artemis 3 mission, which is where humans will set down, is set for the end of, or near the end of 2026. I think there's certainly a potential for that mission to slip, so I'll say more likely probably 2027 if I was a betting man, but don't hold me to that. That is just a probability or possibility. As far as Mars, I would say more likely maybe late 2030s at the absolute earliest, maybe 2040s. But Mars presents a whole host of other challenges, so we need to make sure we have our systems right with the moon before we fully tilt in a Mars direction. Thanks for the super chat, and thanks for the question. Moving on to channel member Chuck Croston, the very generous $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Chuck, who says, love watching these. It's like being a part of history. And I'll second that, as I definitely ascribe to the idea that journalism is just witnessing and documenting the first draft of history, and we are honored to do that on the Space Beat. Build one more with a $2 super chat. This was obviously before the launch, asking what direction are they flying tonight. They launched in a northeasterly trajectory, heading up the east coast of the U.S. Deathlock449 with a very generous $20 super chat, saying simply SpaceX, go flight. Channel member Koi Light with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Koi, saying go Dragon, go. Street Spitzley with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Street, again, for saying, reminds me of the 2X Deep Space Shuttle. Callistia Lee with a very generous $20 super chat as well, saying this never gets old. Go Falcon, go Dragon, go Crew 8. Yes, indeed. Sean Wolak with a $10 super chat, saying, watching from Deltona, let's make this amazing. And it certainly was. Dakota C with a $2 super chat, wanting to see Dogecoin go to the moon. Flat Earth Aruba with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Flat Earth. Mani the Horse Girl with a $2 super chat, simply saying woohoo. Adam Gibbs, the very generous $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Adam, who puts in a plug for his construction company. Marcus Gallegos kicking off a good bit of generosity here on the membership front, gifting 20 Spaceflight Now memberships. Thank you so much, Marcus. And if you are one of those who got channel membership, be sure to thank Marcus in the live chat if you haven't already. Thanks again, Marcus, for that. Pedro Vasquez with a $5 super chat and says, thanks for the coverage. Thank you so much, Pedro, for supporting it. Channel member Callistia Lee gifting 10 Spaceflight Now memberships. Really appreciate that, Callistia, for that generosity. And also jumping down here to Jeff Groves, who gifted a Spaceflight Now membership as well. So if you are one of those 11 from Jeff or Callistia, or one of the 20 from Marcus, be sure to thank them in the live chat if you haven't already. Susan Gurney joining channel membership at the pad leader level. Thank you so much, Susan. Welcome aboard. SG with a happy spinning hippo emoji and a $10 super chat. Thanks, SG. Marcus Gallegos, who has been a channel member for 2 months, saying, what an absolutely amazing and successful launch. Godspeed Crew 8. Hope you have a wonderful and productive time in space. I guess they will be quite busy, as they will be conducting more than 200 experiments during their 6-month stay on orbit. So they will be quite busy. Channel member Josh King with a $10 super chat, asking, do you think Starship will fly this month or might get pushed to April? It's hard to say. As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, SpaceX is conducting a wet dress rehearsal of the Starship rocket tonight. TBD if that has been successful. We'll wait to see if we hear word from SpaceX on that either tonight or sometime tomorrow. course, they need to also complete the
SpaceX Dragon, Captain Mike.
Dragon, got you loud and clear on the cabin mic.
Copy, happy to say, move to section 2.
Returning to Josh's question, the FAA still needs to issue a launch license, and so it's unclear at this point, time-wise and schedule-wise, how many things SpaceX still needs to accomplish before they get that launch license. So I will say it is certainly within the realm of possibility that they could fly this month. It is also certainly possible that it gets pushed back to April, which would make things very busy in April, since we are expecting the crewed flight test of Boeing Starliner to launch that month as well. So we'll wait to see if that happens, but also that is partially dependent on the space station schedule and availability for docking. So with the delay of the Crew 8 mission to today, and of course the upcoming CRS, or Commercial Resupply Services, cargo Dragon flight to station coming up, that is also something to watch and may push Starliner's flight. I want to thank a couple more folks for your support before we go ahead to our launch replay in just a moment here. Janine Delasera for being a channel member for 4 months. Thank you so much, Janine. It says, and still happy. Glad to hear you're still enjoying channel membership. Charles Lee, another channel member with a very generous $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Charles. Who says, absolutely fantastic. Thanks to all involved, SpaceX, NASA, and especially the astronauts. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Jim Edgar with a very generous $20 super chat as well, who says, missed the launch. Oh, sorry you missed it live, but says Lisa Bean and Jim Edgar watching the replay. Yes.
LOS on voice comm. How copy?
You still go for the burn, and 11-minute LOS coming up.
Good copy.
LW channel member with a $2 super chat asks a question that I'm not sure we actually got the answer to, which is, what is the name of the plush dog? I'm not sure they ever actually said. We'll keep an eye out for that and maybe get an update. There's a post-launch press conference in about an hour or so. So we will keep an eye for more details if they do happen to let us know what the name of the plush dog is. W Mac with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, W, who says, awesome job, guys. Thanks for the great coverage. Well, thank you for supporting the coverage tonight. Brendan Rupp with a $2 super chat. Giving some support to his team, saying go Broncos. All right. And Bob Lill with a $2 super chat. Also saying thanks for the awesome coverage. Let's go ahead and round that out with a look at the launch replay here. For those who may have missed it, this was what we all saw and, more importantly, heard with the liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket and the Crew Dragon Endeavour, sending up the Crew 8 mission on its way to the ISS. And of note, this is a static camera view of the launch, so this will be of the liftoff and the plume. Would be normally watching skyward as the rocket continues to climb. This is what our view looks like from here at the press site of a Falcon 9 launch. As you can see, the transporter erector starting to make its way back up into an upright position, part of the process of turning around the pad for future flights. Our thanks as well to James from Dallas for a $2 super chat saying Godspeed, making an old fighter pilot smile. We're certainly glad we could put a smile on your face, James. Thanks for being with us tonight. We're now T plus 38 minutes, 55 seconds and counting. Before we go ahead and proceed with our mission stats, now that we've got a successful liftoff of the Crew 8 mission and the Dragon Endeavour is flying free, I want to share with you some of the launch photography of, or not the launch photography, this is pre-launch photography, but at the point of crew walkout. These are some of the photos that our Adam Bernstein snapped of the crew before they headed off on their mission. Great, very human moments illustrating what's at stake for these launches and the precious cargo that that Dragon is now bringing up to the International Space Station for rendezvous and docking. The beginning of an 6-month journey for this Crew 8 mission. This is the mission commander, Matthew Dominick, taking a look out the window, saying farewell to his wife and his 2 little girls, who chose the 0G indicator for this flight, an homage to their dog at home, who of course was not in quarantine with them to give Matt a fond farewell, but certainly is with them in spirit as a 0G indicator. Moving on, this one of mission specialist Jeanette Epps, taking a look out the window at her family. One last time before they headed off. Great mission pilot Michael Barratt smiles as he prepares at that point to head up to Dragon and head into space for a third time, his second long-duration flight. Having first flown aboard a Soyuz, then a space shuttle, and now Crew Dragon spacecraft, one of only 10 people who has flown in 3 different spacecraft launching from Earth. And finally, Alexander Grebenkin, the Russian cosmonaut. Who was just the 4th cosmonaut to fly to the International Space Station as part of the commercial crew program on a SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. Great images from Adam this evening. Before we go to our mission stats to close things out, we do have one more replay to bring to you. This comes courtesy of Adam Bernstein again, but with a different camera. This was his tracking view. Here's one last look back at the launch of the Crew 8 mission. And that launch replay coming courtesy of our Adam Bernstein's tracking camera there. Do want to bring you one more bit of photography goodness, though. This coming from our other student launch photographer, Michael Kane. These are a combination of shots that he took. This streak shot from, I believe, Satellite Beach is where he was positioned for this particular photo. little bit further down the coastline of Florida Space Coast from where we are here at the Cape. Here's another angle of that streak shot here. Again from Michael. And one more from stage separation, creating this great nebula effect as the Falcon 9 first stage booster was performing its boost back burn, getting ready to come back for a land landing over at the Cape. This is a video replay of what that nebula looks like that you saw in Michael's photos of stage separation as the boost back burn began. Unfortunately, is sans audio, but it gives you good visual indication of what this process is like as that first stage booster was making its way back down and reorienting itself before landing back at landing zone 1. With that, I want to take a quick peek at the live chat. See, we did have one more person coming here. Etoibo with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Who says, thank you for helping us watch history be made. It is very much our genuine pleasure. And with that, we're going to go ahead and close out as we always do with our updated mission stats now that we do have a successful liftoff, booster landing, and a Dragon that is on its way to the International Space Station. This was the first flight of Falcon Booster 1083. This was SpaceX's 305th Falcon 9 launch to date, its 20th Falcon 9 launch of 2024. This was, well, there wasn't a Falcon Booster reflight, so that number still stands at 249 since this was the first time for this first stage booster to fly. This was SpaceX's 20th orbital launch of 2024. This was the 102nd SpaceX orbital launch in the last 365 days, the 76th SpaceX orbital launch from Pad 39A, and the 169th overall orbital launch from this particular pad. And just as a bit of context for where SpaceX stands in relation to the other vehicles that launch from this pad, so far to date, as noted, this is SpaceX's 76th launch, combining both Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy rockets. It is creeping up on the total number of space shuttles launched from this pad, which was 82. And there were 11 Saturn V launches from Pad 39A as well. Moving on to a graphical form, you can see SpaceX now stands at 20 launches on the year. Moving on to Dragon mission stats. This was the 5th launch of Crew Dragon Endeavour. This was SpaceX's 13th Crew Dragon mission to date, and its 22nd second-generation Dragon mission so far as well. So far, SpaceX has flown 34 professional astronauts to orbit, and with this flight, it has flown 53 humans to space. Moving on to recovery stats. This was the 38th landing over at Landing Zone 1, or LZ1. This was the 48th landing in Florida. The 63rd overall SpaceX land landing when you factor in those in California. And it was the 279th overall SpaceX booster landing. Finally, pulling out to a global view of the space industry, this was the 14th orbital launch from Florida, the 21st orbital launch from U.S. soil. This was the 23rd orbital launch from a U.S. rocket company, including the 2 from Rocket Lab down in New Zealand, getting ready to launch a third, I believe, coming up next week, as a matter of fact. And this was the 42nd orbital launch around the world. Bringing it out to the pie chart, this is what it looks like. United States with 23 missions on the year, representing 55% of the pie. China coming up in the second spot with 24% and 10 launches. Russia, number 3, with 3 launches so far this year. And India, Japan, and Iran each with 2 so far. Is a slight correction because we like to be accurate. This was actually the 101st launch within the past 365 days. 101, not 102. Just want to close out with accuracy. Also want to thank Mel Roberts Harold, one of our channel members, for a $2 super chat. Simply saying, outstanding. Agreed. And you know what was outstanding? The work that this team put on to make this all happen. So want to go ahead and give them their flowers before we bid you adieu for tonight. First off, I want to thank all of the moderators working hard in the live chat to keep the conversations going and making sure that everyone is able to enjoy robust conversation and topics of debate in the live chat. I want to thank our friends Pete Karstens with Max Q Productions and Chuck Briggs for helping to support our coverage of the Crew 8 mission launch with tracking. Our thanks as well to our stalwart launch photography team of Adam Bernstein and Michael Kane. If you're not already following them, you really ought to. If you are on X, formerly known as Twitter, you can find Adam Bernstein at ABern NYC, Michael Kane at MD Kane Jr. You can follow Spaceflight Now at simply Spaceflight Now. And if you care to give me a follow, I am at W_Robinson Smith. Our thanks as well to our editor here at Spaceflight Now, Stephen Young. If you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button on your way out and click the bell icon to make sure notifications are turned on. So that way you get alerted whenever we do have these live launches or we post any new videos. More are always on the way. And last but certainly not least, and actually most importantly, I want to thank you for taking part of your time, whether you have been with us since 6:30 p.m. Eastern, been with us for now 5 hours and counting of continuous live launch coverage. I think I need a Halls. My voice is starting to go, but really appreciate all of you for your ongoing support for not only big launch coverage like we have today, but also those of you who are with us for the Starlinks, as we will have another one of those coming up as early as tomorrow is the current plan. Another transporter rideshare mission also on deck for potentially tomorrow. So if you haven't gotten your fill of SpaceX Falcon 9 launches, we got plenty more coming in less than 24 hours. But really sincerely appreciate all of your support being with us, whether you're able to support us on a financial level with channel membership and the YouTube Super Chats, or whether you just leave a like and a comment and help us support with viewership as well. Appreciate however you are with us. So we are creeping up on 160,000 subscribers. Let me see if I refresh. Actually, nope. We've crossed that. We are sitting at 161,000 and some change subscribers. So thanks for pushing us over the 160 mark. Crossed 100,000 last year. I fully believe and support the idea that we'll hit 200,000 maybe by this summer. I'd like to see us get to 300,000 by the end of the year. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. And we look forward to giving you good reason to subscribe to Spaceflight Now and keep coming back, not only for live launch coverage, but continue and robust reporting here that you'll only find here at Spaceflight Now. You can find that in written form on the website or here on the YouTube channel. So thank you for being with us on this journey as we chronicle the spaceflight adventure in all of its forms. For all of us here at the Spaceflight Now team, I'm Will Robinson Smith. It has been an honor and a privilege to guide you through our live launch coverage of the Crew 8 mission. Be sure to keep up with Spaceflight Now on YouTube, on our social channels, Facebook, Twitter, X, and Threads for updates on the Crew 8 mission with docking and welcome, as well as Crew 7's return coming up very soon as well. Lots to cover this year. We look forward to bringing it to you all. The whole crew, one last time, I'm Will Robinson Smith. Be good to yourselves, be good to others, and we will see you next time. Good night, everyone. Godspeed to Crew 8.